Wunderschönen guten Abend. Na, wie geht's euch? Ich hoffe, euch geht's gut. Mir geht's so lala. Denn ich muss mal was loswerden. Und das mache ich jetzt auch einfach. Für alle, ich nehme das hier auch auf für YouTube, damit das für noch mehr Leute dann sichtbar wird. Vor 6 Monaten, etwas mehr, aber nicht viel mehr, habe ich angefangen mit YouTube und mit Twitch durchgängig. Ich war davor schon mal auf Twitch hin und wieder mal, habe gestreamt, mal mit schlechterem Internet. Jetzt habe ich durchgängig relativ gutes Internet und habe mir gedacht, ich streame einfach. Mir ist egal, wie viele Leute mir hier zugucken. Ist mir total egal. Wenn wer zuguckt, ist das schön und wenn nicht, dann nicht. Ist mir egal. Ich vergesse auch schon mal in den Chat zu gucken. Da ist dann schon mal einer da und ich sehe es erst 2 Minuten später. Ja, ich bin verpeilt, gebe ich zu in der Hinsicht. Aber im Prinzip ist mein Content auf Twitch grundsätzlich anders als der auf YouTube. Auf Twitch habe ich gegamed und samstags habe ich dann Fanfilmabende gemacht. Auf YouTube habe ich über Filme geredet, über Serien geredet, habe angefangen jetzt in letzter Zeit meine Gaming-Streams hochzuladen, habe Fanfilme reacted, einzelne, um zu zeigen, hey, das gibt's alles. Verschiedene Universen, von Fantasy über Superhelden, Marvel, DC, Star Trek, Star Wars und, Mad Max. Und das mache ich wahnsinnig gerne. Ich gucke mir diese Filme wahnsinnig gerne an und das wird es auch weiterhin geben, auch auf YouTube. Und auch hier auf Twitch. Das heißt, der Fanfilmabend wird mal so bleiben, wie er ist. Trotzdem wird sich ein bisschen was ändern. Ich habe gemerkt, dass ich mehr Sachen machen möchte auf Twitch und auch auf YouTube, die in Richtung Film behind the scenes geht. Also ich will mehr mein Wissen anreichern, wie funktioniert verschiedene Filmtechniken und. Also alles, was man im Prinzip braucht, um Hintergrundwissen zu kriegen, sozusagen. Also will wissen, wie Props von den Filmemachern gebaut werden, wenn man noch damit arbeitet, Greenscreen, Bluescreen und. All das. Darein will ich selber reinschauen, will dabei lernen und werde das dann als Video, als React-Video dann auch hochladen auf YouTube, damit auch andere das dann eventuell finden und mich dann eventuell korrigieren können oder mich als dumm bezeichnen. Darüber hinaus wird es dann ein paar weniger Videos geben über Filme und Serien. Ich werde auch mehr reale, also mehr aktuelle Filme einbauen, die in die Kinos kommen. Ich habe angefangen und habe ein paar Trailer gereactet. Und werde mir diese Filme dann auch im Kino anschauen, oder auf Streamingdiensten, wenn ich sie bekommen kann. Leider kann ich mir nicht alle Streamingdienste leisten, weil ich habe weder auf YouTube genug Zuschauer, noch auf Twitch genug Zuschauer. Wie gesagt, ist mir auch beides egal. Ich mache das aus Spaß und der Freude, weil es mir Spaß macht. Und nicht um Geld damit zu verdienen. Ich habe einen richtigen Job und da gehe ich auch regelmäßig hin. Deswegen ist abends um 9:15 bei mir auch Schluss. Und auch erst um 19 Uhr rum Start bei mir auf Twitch. Weil es nicht anders geht. Stumpf. Nun, wie gesagt, werde ich da ein bisschen mit echten Filmen machen, werde dann auch dazu über meine Erfahrungen im Kino von reden, wie der Film war und so, oder die Filme waren. Das wird alles da hinzukommen. Die Reacts auf Fanfilme werden bleiben. Aber ich werde vielleicht auch noch Shorts und Kurzfilme mit reinnehmen. Und ich habe gemerkt, dass ziemlich viele, ziemlich gute Kurzfilme auf YouTube sind. Die einfach von jungen Filmemachern gemacht werden, damit sie zeigen können, was sie drauf haben. Und da sind ein paar wirklich gute Sachen dabei aus Deutschland und auch aus anderen Ländern. Und danach werde ich explizit suchen und mir das angucken. Ich bin sogar am Überlegen, einen Kurzfilmabend zu machen, einmal die Woche oder so. Ja, vielleicht kriege ich das hin. Wer weiß. Aber ich werde auch andere Sachen machen in meinen Streams und das wird dann wahrscheinlich nicht mehr ganz so fröhlich sein und das wird auch nicht bei mir auf YouTube kommen. Das wird nur im Stream passieren, wenn ich das wirklich machen sollte. Weil ich gucke mir unsere Welt an und sehe da einfach nur, dass die Reichen gerade alles übernehmen und die Faschisten an die Macht bringen. Und Gott bewahre, ich bin kein Faschist, ich werde niemals einer sein und jeder Faschist, der sich mir entgegentritt und meint, er müsste mir blöd kommen, hat ein tierisches Problem. Und da bin ich auch darüber am Nachdenken, dass ich darüber auch ein bisschen hin und wieder mal in den Streams rede und auch was zeige. Weil meines Erachtens nach brauchen wir keine Faschisten. Wir sollten zusehen, dass wir diese Idioten aus unserem Land raushalten. Das hat ja schon mal nicht funktioniert. Und Hass, es war noch nie war noch nie etwas, was uns weiterbringt. Was uns auch dazu bringt, die Normalparteien, die wir gerade in unserem Land haben, vielleicht mal daran zu erinnern, dass Hass und Wut noch niemals geholfen haben. Keinem. Darüber will ich auch reden. Das wahrscheinlich bis zur Wahl und dann schauen, ob ich das weitermache. Es wird auch weiterhin gegamed werden, ja. Aber ich möchte viele verschiedene Themen ausprobieren und machen auf Twitch. Auf YouTube, wie gesagt, Trailer zu Kinofilmen, Kinofilme selber, meine Gaming-Streams, wenn ich sie mache, werden weiterhin da gesendet. Oder hochgeladen. Fanfilme werden reacted. Und wie gesagt, ich guck dann mal, ob ich auch Kurzfilme, Shorts und was ich alles finden kann, vielleicht auch noch mal mit einbeziehe, weil das ist ja auch noch mal eine ganz andere Sache. Und dann, wie gesagt, gucken, so wie die 2 Videos, die ich jetzt hochgeladen habe, die kommen Mitte Januar, müssten die kommen, Anfang Mitte Januar. Die habe ich im Stream auch drin vom Wochenende. Da habe ich mir am Ende von Adam Savage testet, ein 3 Monate altes Video angesehen. Da hatte er Herrn und Frau, wie hießen die, Okuda da. Die haben für Star Trek das nächste Jahrhundert die Props gebaut, also die Oberflächen zum Beispiel von den Bedienfeldern. Und es war ziemlich interessant, was die zu sagen hatten. Das fand ich sehr interessant. Sowas in die Richtung möchte ich gerne machen, so Behind-the-Scenes-mäßiges. Ne? Wenn da wirklich Experten, die was gebaut haben, was sagen. Gucken, ob man Teile von Dokumentationen auf YouTube hat, die dann auch legal dort zu sehen sind, sich da reingucken, weil ich kann nicht einfach von Disney Plus Lights and Magic nehmen und daraus Szenen zeigen. Das geht nicht. Würde ich gerne tun, weil gerade allein dieses Stop-Motion, was die da zeigen, das ist von wirklichen Könnern. Und das ist wahnsinnig gut. Aber da gibt es auch auf YouTube viele Sachen, die man da zeigen kann. Das will ich auch machen, wie gesagt. Einfach mal zeigen, was alles möglich ist. Weil heutzutage, ich musste leider feststellen, dass viele Leute gar nicht wissen, was alles bei Filmen möglich ist. Stop Motion kennen viele gar nicht von den jungen Leuten. Und wenn du denen dann sagst, dass bestimmte Sachen so gedreht worden sind, erklären die dich für bescheuert. Und das finde ich schade eigentlich, dass die dich dann für dumm erklären. Weil du hast recht, sie nicht. Und dann habe ich auch noch reacted am Wochenende während meines im Prinzip Fanfilm-Streams auf Neil deGrasse Tysons Podcast Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Astrophysiker aus den USA, einer der größten, die wir weltweit haben auf dem Gebiet. Und er ist genauso wie Harald Lesch. Harald Lesch hat es auch gemacht, die Technik von Star Trek erklärt, was man davon machen kann und was nicht. Und in dieser Folge seines Star Talks haben sie da zu dritt gesessen, Neil deGrasse Tyson, noch ein Wissenschaftler aus New York von der Universität da. Ich glaube, war New York, ich weiß es gerade nicht mehr. Mit den Orten in den USA habe ich es nicht so. Das gebe ich gerne zu. Namen habe ich auch nicht. Habe ich auch ein kleines Problem mit. Naja, auf jeden Fall saßen die da zu dritt und waren sich dann über die Technik von Star Trek im Unterhalten. Was haben wir schon umgesetzt? Was ist auch wahrscheinlich, dass umgesetzt wird? Was ist relativ unwahrscheinlich, dass wir das in der nächsten Zeit umsetzen? Und was wird wohl in weiter Zukunft erst kommen, so nach dem Motto war das. Und das war auch sehr interessant und ich liebe Wissenschaft. Und gerade sowas, wie die Wissenschaft Filme sieht, gerade Science Fiction, ist immer wieder interessant. Es gibt mehrere Wissenschaftler, die schon ihren Senf dazugegeben haben, zu Interstellar zum Beispiel. Der deutsche YouTube-Kanal Dr. Watson hat da auch mal ein paar deutsche Wissenschaftler, waren es glaube ich, befragt und zu Interstellar. Und das ist ein super interessantes Video geworden. Ich glaube, es sind sogar 2 Videos geworden. Ich weiß es gerade nicht mehr. Und das ist auch super interessant, wie Wissenschaftler Science Fiction sehen und wie real Science Fiction sein kann, wenn man denn will. Nicht alles in Science Fiction ist real, das wissen wir alle. Das ist utopisch. Ich meine, man siehe sich Star Wars an. Sound im Weltraum? Ja, nee, eher nicht. Eine Explosion im Weltraum da oben ist relativ unspektakulär. Da ist nichts. Man hört nichts. Man spürt nichts. Druckwellen ist nicht möglich, weil da oben luftleerer Raum ist. Die Druckwellen können sich nicht fortpflanzen, die Schallwellen können sich auch nicht fortpflanzen. Also von daher nichts. Also das finde ich wahnsinnig interessant, das dann mal von Wissenschaftlern erklärt zu bekommen, hey, das kann nicht funktionieren, niemals. Und wenn die dann erklären, wie es wirklich funktioniert, ist das noch interessanter. Und sowas will ich auf YouTube in Zukunft machen. So, jetzt komme ich zu einem Bereich, der mir gar nicht gefällt, dass ich das machen muss. Ich habe ja grundsätzlich am Ende vom Stream, gehe mal eben kurz in die Szene rein, hier steht nur mein Twitch und mein YouTube, aber auf YouTube steht halt auch mein Instagram. Und über Instagram kann man ja auch Leute anschreiben. Ist ja okay, kann man machen. Mich kann man da auch jederzeit anschreiben, wenn man mich nicht beleidigt. Ich werde die Nachrichten nicht zeigen, zu solchen Leuten gehöre ich nicht. Ich werde auch nicht die Namen nennen, habe ich nicht nötig. Wenn die Leute sich selber dazu entschließen, das zu zeigen, können sie es gerne tun. Ich werde es nicht tun. Ich werde jetzt nur auf einige Sachen eingehen. Punkt 1. Mich zu beleidigen darüber ist eine schöne Nummer, vergiss es. Weil der Idiot bist im Endeffekt du, weil ich da auf Beleidigung nicht reagiere und ich höchstens wegblocke. Also von daher lass es. Und ja, mir wurden da schöne Beleidigungen an den Kopf geschmissen von der einen oder anderen Person. Es sind nicht viele Personen, die mich da anschreiben, aber die mich anschreiben, sind Vollidioten, könnte man sagen. Mir auch zu schreiben, dass ich zu dumm für YouTube bin oder für Twitch, bringt euch auch nicht weiter. Ich mache das hier, weil es mir Spaß macht und nicht, weil ich hier Millionen von Views auf YouTube machen will oder jeden Abend tausende Zuschauer haben will auf Twitch. Ja, wäre schön, wenn ich es hätte. Und? Habe ich aber nicht. Interessiert mich nicht. Dann ist das halt so. Da muss man mich aber nicht für beleidigen, dass jeder andere das besser machen könnte und ich einfach nur eine hohle Frucht wäre. Der hat ein anderes Wort benutzt und das werde ich jetzt auch nicht benutzen. Ich kann dazu nur eins sagen. Weiß deine Mama, dass du so spät noch wach bist und Beleidigungen an erwachsene Menschen raushaust? Muss unheimlich stolz auf dich sein. Also lass den Blödsinn. Wenn ihr Kritik an mir üben wollt, macht das. Ist kein Thema. Auf YouTube gibt es auch Kritik unter einem Video. Könnt ihr selbst rausfinden, welches das ist. Ist eins der ersten gewesen. Und die Kritik steht noch da. Ich habe sie nicht gelöscht. Ich lösche nur, wenn einer anfängt zu beleidigen. Dann lösche ich. Weil ich finde, das gehört sich nicht. Sachliche Kritik, absolut in Ordnung. Beleidigungen brauche ich nicht. Weder auf YouTube noch auf Twitch. Und wie ich am Anfang schon sagte, ja, ich übersehe schon mal den Chat. Absolut in Ordnung. Passiert mir halt schon mal. Gerade wenn ich tief drin bin im Gaming oder irgendwas Interessantes mir gerade anschaue an Fanfilmen oder so. Ich übersehe es. Da läuft der Film ab oder das Spiel. Und da ist der Chat am Laufen. Und das klappt nicht immer, dass ich beides gleichzeitig sehe. Deswegen, es passiert schon mal, dass was untergeht. Schreibt noch ein zweites Mal, schreibt ein drittes Mal, schreibt mich an. Also schreibt in Großbuchstaben. Es ist mir egal. Was passiert halt schon mal. Es ist halt so. Da kann man nichts gegen machen. Ich habe auch nichts dagegen, wenn einer in den Chat kommt und mich da sachlich kritisiert. Auch absolut in Ordnung. Ich hab schon wahnsinnig schöne Konversationen gehabt mit Menschen, die in den Chat gekommen sind. Manchmal sehr kurze, manchmal ein bisschen längere. Ihr könnt mich alles fragen. Wenn ich dazu eine Meinung habe oder eine Antwort habe, werde ich euch die geben. Wenn ich keine habe, werde ich so ehrlich sein und euch sagen, dass ich dazu nicht antworten kann. Von mir habt ihr nur zwei Sachen zu erwarten. Erstens die Wahrheit und zweitens das, was ich denke. Ja, das beschränkt sich bei YouTube darauf, dass ich nicht ausfallen und nicht beleidigend werde. Und dasselbe gilt auch für Twitch. Und ja, ich fluche auch schon mal gerne. Hört man in meinen Streams und auch schon mal in YouTube-Videos. Und dann ist halt so. Ich bin so, wie ich bin im richtigen Leben, in den Videos und auch hier auf Twitch. Ich bin nun mal halt schon über 40 Jahre alt und meine Reflexe sind nicht die schnellsten und manchmal bin ich auch geistig ein bisschen langsam. Aber wie gesagt, ich stehe jeden Morgen um kurz nach 5 auf, dusche, frühstücke, fahre zur Arbeit und komme dann um 16:30 Uhr, fahre ich von der Arbeit wieder nach Hause. Eventuell gibt es noch einen Zwischenstopp zum Einkaufen oder aber direkt nach Hause. Dann wird was gegessen, dann wird sich hier vor den Rechner gesetzt und dann wird gestreamt. Das ist mein Tagesablauf an 5 Tagen die Woche. Ja, also mir braucht hier keiner kommen und mir erklären, dass ich eine lahme Ente wäre und ja nichts leisten würde und die paar Stunden, die ich am Abend streame, ja nichts bringen würden. Ich habe dann schon ein paar Stunden Arbeit in den Knochen. Und das hier, wie gesagt, mache ich zum Spaß haben, weil es mir Spaß macht und mich ein bisschen ablenkt vom doch so bekloppten Arbeitsleben. Denn das Arbeitsleben ist bekloppt, das weiß so ziemlich jeder, dass es bessere Tage gibt und schlechtere Tage gibt. Und von daher, wie gesagt, ist das hier mein Free Space. Hier komme ich runter, hier bin ich und gut ist. Weil auf meiner Arbeit kann ich nicht ich sein. Da muss ich anders sein, da muss ich funktionieren. Hier kann ich mein gesamtes unnützes Wissen über Filme, Computerspiele und sonstigen Scheiß raushauen. Hier kann ich's rauskotzen. Genauso wie auf YouTube. Das kann ich auf der Arbeit nicht. Da kann ich mit meinem Filmwissen und mit meinem Computerspielwissen niemanden hinterm Ofen herlocken, weil das da nicht erwünscht ist. Da geht es um andere Dinge. Deswegen braucht mir auch, wie gesagt, keiner kommen mit dem Anschreiben mit Beleidigungen, dass ich ein Idiot wäre, dass ich nur so kurz streame. Ja, von 19 bis 22 Uhr. Und ja, das mache ich auch freitags, weil ich bin freitags auch am Arbeiten. Und soll ich euch was sagen? Ich bin abends hundskaputt. Wenn ich den Stream ausgemacht habe, sitze ich hier meistens noch so eine halbe Stunde, trinke mir noch ein bisschen was und lege mich dann ins Bett. Dann bin ich weg. Und seitdem ich das mache, mit dem Stream abends, schlafe ich nachts besser. Weil ich dies hier halt nutze, um den Tag auch nochmal zu verarbeiten. Und ja, ich muss mir des Öfteren mal auf die Zunge beißen, damit ich nicht ausfallen werde, wenn ich gerade Scheiße baue in einem Computerspiel. Das gebe ich sogar zu. Aber trotzdem erwarte ich von euch, wenn ihr mich anschreibt über Instagram, dass ihr, Gottverdammt nochmal, nicht einfach beleidigen werdet. Wenn ihr sachliche Kritik übt, so nach dem Motto, hör mal, das war falsch, was du da gemacht hast, das könntest du vielleicht besser machen. Ey, made my day. Dann bin ich der Letzte, der was dagegen sagt. Aber Beleidigung muss ich mir nicht gefallen lassen. Und an die paar Flitzpiepen, die mich da beleidigt haben. Ist schön, dass ihr es gemacht habt, aber mich interessiert es nicht. Bis auf einen. Und du hättest vielleicht nicht von deinem realen Namen posten sollen. Würde ich mal drüber nachdenken. Weil das, was ich über dich rausgefunden habe, ja, ne? Wenn man im Internet unterwegs ist, dann sollte man vielleicht mal auch darauf achten, wie man sich verlinkt und mit was man sich verlinkt. Ist keine schlechte Idee. Aber einige können das anscheinend nicht. Und für andere ist Beleidigen halt das höchste Gut. Ich meine, ich bin schon froh, dass sie es per Instagram getan haben und nicht unter den YouTube-Videos. Da ist bisher ruhig geblieben. Da danke ich auch allen dafür, dass es darunter sehr ruhig geblieben ist. Und wie gesagt, wenn ihr konstruktive Kritik habt, auf YouTube gehören es auch unter die Videos schreiben. Bisher habe ich jeden Kommentar gelesen. Ich reagiere nicht auf jeden, aber ich habe jeden Kommentar gelesen. Deswegen, also ich habe da keine Probleme mit, wenn es da konstruktive Kritik gibt. Macht einfach, ist doch okay. So, und jetzt kommen wir mal langsam zu dem, was ich eigentlich heute Abend vorhabe. So ein paar klare Worte am Anfang fand ich jetzt gar nicht schlecht. Und ich habe schon was, das ist auf YouTube hochgeladen, deswegen, der liebe Herrgott kann mich jetzt mal ganz gern haben. Ich werde es jetzt streamen. Schon allein, weil ich damit groß geworden bin und ich es liebe. Und ich es heute noch liebe. Und jetzt rätseln wahrscheinlich ein paar, wovon spricht der? Ist der bekloppt geworden? Ja, aber das war ich vorher schon bekloppt. Also von daher, mit Werden hat das nichts mehr zu tun. Ich spreche von den Thunderbirds. Und zwar die Anniversary Episodes. Die sind jetzt rausgekommen. Und ich bin gespannt, wie sie geworden sind. Die sind jetzt seit 6 Tagen online. Und ich muss dafür Robert Vogel danken, der auf Facebook darauf aufmerksam gemacht hat, dass es die rausgekommen sind. Und ich werde sie mir jetzt auch zu Gemüte führen. Ich habe da schon mal reingeguckt, mal ganz kurz, und habe mir dann gedacht, hey, das guckst du dir im Stream an. Warum auch nicht? Und nachdem ich jetzt meinen Teebeutel aus meiner Teetasse rausgeholt habe, das mache ich nämlich gerade, werde ich umschalten und dann werden wir uns das angucken. Mal gucken, was dabei rumkommt. Weil das ist nämlich auch so ein Bereich, den ich wahnsinnig geil finde. Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet und. Und das ist auch so ein Bereich, den ich bei so ein bisschen Behind the Scenes machen will. Da gibt es nämlich wahnsinnig viel auf YouTube. Die haben ja ihren eigenen Kanal, den Century 21 Films. Und da gibt es wahnsinnig viel Behind the Scenes Material, was wir uns alles mal angucken können. Und ich liebe so Behind the Scenes Material. Auch früher in DVDs drin. Wenn man da so Behind the Scenes Material und so ein Making of mit dabei hatte. Making of sind Goldgruben. Und das werden wir jetzt mal machen. Wir werden uns jetzt das erste Ding hier angucken. Das heißt, das erste Ding, es geht jetzt 1,5 Stunden. Und von daher, ich werde es aber auch nicht bewerten. Also ich werde es auch nicht, den Teil werde ich auf YouTube, glaube ich, auch gar nicht hochladen, weil ich nicht weiß, wie es da mit den Rechten ist. Ich werde es versuchen. Aber schauen wir mal, ne? Ich habe jetzt alles gesagt, was ich sagen wollte. Und wie gesagt, auf YouTube wird sich einiges ändern. Ich habe im Moment auch einen Output von 5 Tagen die Woche. Das wird sich nicht ändern. Also ich produziere zu viel dafür. Also von daher, das wird sich nicht ändern. Allerdings werde ich so ein bisschen an der einen Seite ein bisschen weniger machen, von der anderen Seite auch noch ein bisschen weniger machen und dann ein bisschen mehr gespreadet. Also mehr in verschiedene Richtungen gehen. Und dafür dann die Richtung mal festzorn. Das wird wahrscheinlich ein bisschen dauern, bis sich das in so klaren Linien dann kommt, aber das werden wir schon hinkriegen. Und die unregelmäßigsten Parts sind halt die Trailer- und Kinobesuche von mir dann. Die werden dann so zwischendrin eingeschoben. Dafür werden dann andere Videos halt verschoben oder so. Deswegen kein Problem. Die Gaming-Videos, die ich jetzt noch habe von den Streams, die werden alle noch hochgeladen. Und ich habe mal durchgerechnet, dass das wohl bei der Download-Frequenz, die ich habe, dazu wohl mehrere Monate dauern wird, bis ich damit durch bin, bei dem, was ich bis jetzt habe. Und deswegen habe ich mich da entschlossen, immer 3 Stück an einem Tag rauszuhauen, damit ich mal auf den aktuellen Stand komme. Und die dann so als Gimmick zwischendrin mal rauszuhauen. Ja, also, ich habe da jetzt, wo bin ich gerade dran? Star Wars Outlaws bin ich gerade am Hochladen. Danach habe ich, was war das? Indiana Jones. Und ich habe jetzt schon die ersten 2 Folgen von Red Dead Redemption 1. Ja, also da wird auch noch etliches kommen. Aber jetzt, wie gesagt, gehen wir mal zu den Thunderbirds rüber. Und gucken uns die Anniversary Episodes an. In HD sogar. Ja, leck mich fett. Ja, das kann ja was werden. Ne? Aber hier mal den Ton ordentlich laut, weil das hört man laut, das guckt man laut und dann hat man auch sein Späßchen da dran. Ach ja, nur so nebenher, wenn ihr jetzt was im Chat schreibt, das würdet ihr auch sehen mittlerweile. Es ist also, ich habe es mittlerweile so eingestellt, dass es geht. Ich hoffe dass zumindest, dass es funktioniert. Ich sollte mal eben kurz switchen im Browser. Ja, da ist es richtig an. Das ist an. So, dann gucken wir jetzt mal hier rein, ne? Ich bin auf dem falschen Monitor mit der Maus.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thunderbirds are go.
Ich muss jetzt mal stoppen. In meiner Kindheit, wenn ich diese Titelmusik gehört habe, war ich hin und weg. Da war ich voll into it. Da kriegte mich nichts mehr da weg. Ich liebe sie heute noch und ich höre sie heute noch gerne. Und ich gucke es mir heute noch gerne an, die Thunderbirds. Ich habe mir vor einem Monat oder so, habe ich mir gekauft Thunderbird 2. Der ist nicht groß, den kann ich mir auf die Handfläche stellen. Aber es ist Thunderbird 2 mit Port, den er runterlässt. Und da drin ist das U-Boot. Was war das? Thunderbird 4 müsste das gewesen sein. Hey, ich liebe es. Ich brauche die anderen Thunderbirds nicht. Aber Thunderbird 2, ja, das ist schön. Ach, ich wollte immer der Pilot von Thunderbird 2 sein.
Ladies and gentlemen, you join us here as disaster unfolds at the Meddings uranium plant in New Mexico. The scene is one of almost total devastation, and firefighters report that they cannot contain the blaze. All hope looks lost now for the men and women trapped inside the... Wait, what's that? It's them. It's international rescue.
Thunderbird 2 from Thunderbird 1. What is your estimated time of arrival at Danger Zone?
Be with you in 5 minutes. This is Thunderbird 2 to Thunderbird 1. Approaching Danger Zone.
Dat waren we zelf.
Okay, Verge. Here's your brief. Course 30.
FAB. Here we go.
Virgil, you gotta hurry up.
This is the third uranium plant we've seen ablaze in the past month, leading prices to rocket. Many are wondering who is behind what increasingly seems like a series of deadly attacks.
Calling international rescue. Can you read me? There's something outside. Trying to get in. I know this sounds crazy, but I think it's the abominable snowman.
Go ahead, John.
Dad, I know you've been kind of skeptical about this so-called abominable snowman, but these alarm calls from the Everest area are still coming through. 3 more people have disappeared in the last 2 weeks. Don't you think it's time for a little action?
I know you're worried about this, John, but as you know, Thunderbirds only answer direct calls for help when there is definite evidence that lives are in danger. Now, these abominable snowman stories have been going around for years. Now, leave it with me, John. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, Dad. I'll let you know if I hear any more news. Over and out.
Say, Dad, Penny's over in Delhi right now. What say we give her a call and ask her to investigate?
Good idea, Scott. This should be just Penny's cup of tea.
Well, I must say, Parker, it was a good idea of yours to bring Fab 1 along. So much more convenient.
Yes, Belady. The hair conditioning is working a treat, don't you think?
In this heat, it's a jolly good thing that it is. Oh, my compact.
Hi, Penny. You may think this kind of strange, but we've been getting reports from the Everest area about this so-called abominable snowman, which seems to be terrorizing the local people.
Do go on, Jeff. I'm intrigued.
I thought maybe you could go up and do a little investigating.
But of course, Jeff. I'd adore to go up to the mountains. I missed winter sports this year, and I'd love to see a snowman, abominable or otherwise.
I wouldn't mind if the horse I was steering was a thoroughbred, but for a high-class chauffeur like me, with millions of luxury motoring miles under my belt, driving a deadbeat old nag like this is a bit of a liberty. Come on, get here.
This abominable snowman, what evidence is there that it has been seen in the area?
Oh, my dear high-born, titled English lady, the evidence is underwhelming. Clues abound in every crook and nanny. Footprints of a huge circumference can be observed at the scene of every felony.
I see. Well, I should like to go to the scene of the crime and observe these footprints for myself. Now, about a guide.
Yes, I have already arranged with very sudden alacrity. I have contacted a well-known Asiatic explorer who has worked in the area for many Indian summers. Whoa, back! Whoa! Dear friend, we must part. Our destination has arrived. There is the skicopter and the guide to transport you. And I advise you very strongly to change now into your warmest clothing. For not only is it very cold, but most biting of all is the wind.
Deal with that meddlesome lady Penelope.
It's my ankle. I'm afraid I've twisted it.
How unfortunate, Lady Penelope.
Oh, unfortunate indeed. Oh, what on earth can we do now?
May I suggest that I take your servant to see the footsteps of the abominable snowman while you rest in the passenger compartment?
Well, I'm afraid I have no choice. I'm sure you'll be amenable to our guide's suggestion, won't you, Parker?
Certainly, milady. I'll have this diabolical snowman caper sorted out before you can say Fab 1.
If your servant is ready, Lady Penelope, we will proceed.
The name is Parker, if you don't mind.
Thank you. And good hunting to you both.
Here, mate. Here, what is this? What we doing in here?
Strange things happen in this part of the world. For example, have you noticed that large steel door over there? Strange, is it not? A steel door in an ice cave?
You can say that again, mate.
The door opens. Shall we go in?
Here, what's all this? Where did all these blokes come from? And what's all this drilling and shoveling like?
Quiet, you fool!
Hey, what's your game down here then?
My game, you fool, is that I am the abominable snowman. Have you no imagination? I have lured you here like all the others, and now you are my slave like them. You too will dig and add to this ever-growing pile of priceless uranium, and I will become the richest man in the world.
You may not be the snowman, but you're certainly abominable.
Silence, you fool! I am in no mood for your insolence. I have a painful way of dealing with people like you, as you will learn when I return. Do not get clever ideas, fool. When this door closes, there is no means of escape.
Now, Where's me snuff box? Ah, here we are.
Yes, Parker. What on earth's the matter?
We're in dead trouble, milady. Our guide's turned out to be a bit of a villain, playing a double role. Not only is he our guide, but so he tells me, the abominable snowman too. I'm trapped in this here cave. You're lumbered out there with a sprained ankle, and he's on his way to sort you out.
Oh dear, how inconvenient. I'd better get on to Jeff right away. Now leave everything to me, Parker, and don't worry.
Go ahead, Penny.
We've nearly solved the riddle of the abominable snowman, but in the process, we've landed in a spot of bother. I'm afraid we need your urgent assistance.
Sure thing, Penny. Okay, on your way, Scott.
Right, Dad.
Can you give us your position, Penny?
Yes, Jeff. International map reference 421X037.
Right, got it. Now you just hold on as best you can. Scott will be with you in about 55 minutes. Virgil, away you go.
Right, Father.
Changing to horizontal flight.
Base to Thunderbird 1. Penny's position is reference 421X037.
FAB, Dad. Speed 7.5 thousand miles per hour. ETA 1805 local time.
Where's Parker?
I'm afraid, madam, I have some distressing news for you. When we were crossing a crevasse, your servant slipped. The rope holding us together snapped, and he plunged into the bowels of the earth.
Do go on.
All my Herculean efforts to rescue him were of no avail, and I fear he has gone to an icy and eternal grave.
Your dramatic little piece of acting was almost convincing, except for one thing.
What do you mean?
You, sir, are a blackguard.
Thunderbird 1 to base.
Come in, Scott. What's your problem?
No problem, Dad. Just checking to see if there's any change in the situation.
No change. Just make it as snappy as you can. Penny's pretty smart at talking herself out of tight spots, but we don't want her to have to say too much.
You talk too much. You are completely overwrought. May I suggest, to convince you beyond all doubt of my devotion to your welfare, that we fly over the crevasse where Parker met his untimely end.
And if you haven't disposed of me by then, I suppose we'll go on to have tea with the abominable snowman himself. No, my friend, we are not as stupid as you would suppose. And furthermore, I have called international rescue. They are already on their way.
So, you have tried to outwit me. Very clever.
Keep your hands where they are. I have you covered.
Not quite, Lady Penelope. Not quite. I shouldn't try that again. Now, we're going on a little trip.
Danger zone, but apart from some ski copter marks in the snow, there's no sign of them.
Now look, Scott, we must find Penny before she comes to any harm. Now this is what you do.
How do you like my little torture chamber? Every modern device.
You won't get away with this. Your kind never do.
There is no need to lose your temper. You're a little uncomfortable, perhaps. Are those straps too tight?
I may be a mere woman, but don't underestimate me.
And don't underestimate me, Lady Penelope. This little piece of machinery here will perhaps persuade you to treat me with more respect. Let me demonstrate it to you. You see that solid steel gun
Unser
over
weiser
there?
Mensch hat mal gesagt, Respekt muss man sich verdienen. Oh, warum muss ich gerade an James Bond und Goldfinger denken? Naja, da sollte schon Connery auch ins Reifen geschnitten werden.
Straight through. I'm sure you'll agree, most efficient.
Most efficient. Clearly, you are not going to all this trouble for nothing. What do you want?
Not so fast, Lady Penelope. Now, if I aim the laser beam towards you, the beam will slice through the metal girder that you are strapped to on the same height as that swan-like neck of yours.
Base, but tell Brains the new metal detector works great. I've located the ski copter, and I'm going into land.
FAB, Scott.
To avoid starting this unpleasant experiment, all you have to do is give me information about the codes used by International Rescue for their secret messages. Don't be surprised, Lady Penelope. I know that you are the London agent.
Wherever you got your information, I can assure you it's quite force.
Oh, come, madam. Perhaps this will stimulate your memory. I will move the beam slowly. Now, will you tell me their secret? Speak now, Lady Penelope, or you will never speak again. The beam is inches from your neck. You struggle in vain. The beam unfortunately generates a great heat. It can be rather painful before you actually lose consciousness. Only inches to go.
You're wasting your time. I know nothing.
All right. You asked for it.
Okay. You've got 3 seconds to switch off that beam.
Look out, Scott. Scott, switch off the beam.
Oh, where's the master switch?
Scott, quickly.
Now hold tight, Penelope.
So
Penelope,
geht's auch.
are you okay?
Okay, Scott.
I hope you haven't been chewing converted, milady.
Parker,
Oh, it looks like I've arrived too late.
heavens, how did you get here? Scott, is he dead?
I only used my tranquilizer gun. You'll have a nice, quiet siesta till the airborne police arrive. Now, come on, let's get you out of here.
What a relief. And how splendid to see you back, Parker. How on earth did you escape?
I don't want to blow my own hooter, milady, but getting out of that nick was a pushover. And knowing how that rat villain was going to sort you out, I had to take drastic action.
How resourceful of you, Parker. And how clever of you to find us, Scott. However did you do it?
Brain's new metal detector. It can pick up a metal object from a height of 1,000 feet. And that ski copter is all metal.
Brilliant. Quite brilliant. Now, what about all those other poor people in that cave Parker escaped from? What can we do about them?
Well, they'll be taken care of when the police arrive. And when our friend here wakes up, I don't think he'll be in any condition to take on international rescue again.
You will never escape this icy and eternal grave.
Let's get out of here. Thunderbird 2 from Scott Tracy.
Calling Thunderbird 2.
Go ahead, Scott.
Pull away, Virgil.
But Scott.
Regain height and keep away.
Cave's about to blow up.
That's the call we've been waiting for.
Oh, Jeff, you'll be glad to know our little investigation has resolved itself satisfactorily. What started off as a light-hearted adventure turned into something quite nasty.
Yes, Dad, it's a long story. One we'll enjoy telling you when we get back.
Right, Scott. Bring Penelope and Parker back and you can tell me the whole story then. Grandma'll have a nice meal waiting for you.
What an absolutely super idea, Jeff. As far as I'm concerned, the legend of the abominable snowman can be buried forever.
Für die Jüngeren, die sich das jetzt ja angesehen haben und ansehen werden vielleicht noch in meinem Video. Wenn ihr euch fragt, was das für ein Fiebertraum hier gerade war. Das war meine Kindheit. Im Prinzip hat man hier eine Science-Fiction-Serie für Kinder mit Marionetten dargestellt und nannte das Supermarionation. Und es gab nicht nur die Thunderbirds, es gab noch wesentlich mehr. Captain Scarlet zum Beispiel. Der ist in Deutschland leider nie gelaufen. Oder Stingray. Das ist in Deutschland mal gelaufen, ein paar Folgen. Und zwar in der ARD. Das war einmal und war auch nicht besonders erfolgreich. Die Thunderbirds waren da schon ein bisschen erfolgreicher. Die sind auch in der ARD zum Beispiel gelaufen. Zumindest in meiner Kindheit. Und es war immer wieder schön. Man wusste, die kriegen es hin. Und trotzdem hat man es geguckt, weil es war immer dieser Kampf von Gut gegen Böse. Ich finde sowieso, dass wie ich klein war, waren die Zeichentrickfilme und auch die Kinderserien viel mehr darauf aus, den Kids beizubringen, den Unterschied zwischen Gut und Böse. Und was danach gefolgt ist, war SpongeBob. Das war dann so Quatsch bis von vorne bis hinten. Da war nichts mehr mit Gut und Böse und hast du nicht gesehen, das war einfach nur Blödsinn. Man hatte einfach nur noch Quatsch dahinterher. Und hier hatte man, wie gesagt, noch den epischen Kampf von Gut gegen Böse mit Story dabei. Und bei SpongeBob, ja, nee, es mag Fans geben, aber Story hatte der keine in meinen Augen. Das war einfach nur schade. Aber gucken wir mal weiter, was wir für den zweiten Teil haben. Weil wir haben noch etwa
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thunderbirds are go.
Ja, nur so nebenher. Die gab es auch als Hörspiel. Ich weiß nicht, ob es die in Deutschland als Hörspiel gab. In Großbritannien gab es die aber als Hörspiel. Das weiß ich. In Deutschland weiß ich jetzt nicht. Ich habe sie nicht gehabt. Ich weiß aber, dass es andere Sachen als Hörspiel gab. Von daher, die auch so in dieselbe Schiene glitten, könnte man sagen. Aber in Deutschland war sowieso mehr so TKKG und 3 Fragezeichen, Benjamin Blümchen und Bibi Blocksberg. Ich glaube, das ist heute auch nicht anders gefragt. Und das wäre für mich so die Krönung gewesen, das auch noch als Hörspiel zu haben.
Land sighted, lady. I think it's the island.
Very well, Parker. Have they contacted us yet?
A bloke named Tracy was on the radio. He said it was all right for us to go ashore.
Oh, yes, that'll be Mr. Jeff Tracy.
I'll see you downstairs in 2 minutes, then.
Do drive slowly. You know how I sometimes get seasick when we use the hydrofoil on the car.
Oh, go careful, milady. The sea's not too bad. Nice and calm it is.
Good. You may proceed, Parker. Open the garage door.
Yes, milady.
Garage door.
Can you see anyone on shore, Parker?
Only a big geezer with grey hair.
Parker, how many times must I tell you about that awful slang? That's Mr. Tracy.
Oh, sorry, milady.
FAB1 war schon wohl ein gutes Fahrzeug.
Lady Penelope, it's good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. So kind of you to invite us to your island. From what you told me in England, I'm in for some surprises.
If anything can surprise you, I think it'll be the International Rescue Organization, Lady Penelope.
Now, Jeff, if we're going to work together, you must call me Penny.
Okay, Penny, it's a deal. Shall we go up to the house?
Up in, Mr. Tracy. Riding's better than walking, I always say.
Thanks, Parker. Say, Fab 1 sure is a great automobile.
We like it, don't we, Parker?
Yes, milady.
Here we are. Now, if you'll follow me, Penny.
Bring the luggage, will you, Parker?
Yes, milady. I'll have to make several trips. You've brought a lot of gear.
Parker, when one's visiting, one tries to look one's best.
Yes, milady. Good job she didn't empty the other 4 wardrobes. The yacht would have sunk.
This is the lounge, Penny. I control most of the rescue operations from here.
Oh, really, Jeff? It's quite beautiful.
As you know, the organization must remain top secret. That's why everything is concealed.
Quite so. It wouldn't do for your little ideas to fall into the wrong hands. Do be careful, Parker. You'll crease some of my dresses.
Sorry, milady. They're heavy. I dropped them. I'll go back for some more.
He's quite a character.
Yes, I don't know what I'd do without him.
Gottes Willen.
Right. I'll take a look around, Penny. I want you to feel at home here. After all, you're now part of the organization.
Yes. Now, I understand our function is to provide means of rescue where all normal methods have failed.
That's about the size of it. You'll be controlling the British end of the setup, of course.
Oh, it all sounds terribly exciting. Do get up, Parker. Mr. Tracy doesn't want you lying about the place.
Sorry, milady. I tripped over the cases. The first lot, that is. I'll get some more.
As I was saying, Jeff, I'm thrilled to be included in your plans. Ah, those handsome young men are your 5 sons, I presume.
That's right. The portraits change to television pictures of them when they call in.
Now, let me see if I can guess which one is which. Starting from left, we have John, Scott, Virgil, Alan, and Gordon. Is that right?
Exactly, Penny.
Parker. Parker. Have you quite finished?
Yes, milady, they're all in there. Which one did you put the horse liniment in? I think I've bruised my shins.
Oh, the 7th one on the right, Parker.
Oh.
And please put it on outside. You know what a powerful odor that embrocation has.
Yes, milady. I try to hobble out onto the front step.
Wow, he's quite a personality. Now, how would it be if I filled you in on the more important details of the organization?
That would be excellent.
Fine. Now, take a seat and relax. First, I'll start with Thunderbird 5. Above the Earth and with the computer equipment in Thunderbird 5, we can monitor every radio call from anywhere on the globe. Now, at the moment, John is in the space station. Now, if he were to pick up a call for help and it appeared hopeless, he would contact me here.
Where's that sound coming from?
The ashtray. Now, watch. I press this button and it folds back. Hello, Brains?
All the boys are in position, Mr. Tracy.
Thanks, Brains. We won't be long now.
Yes, Mr. Tracy.
When we've had our tea, I'll take you for a tour of the island. We'll show you each Thunderbird craft, and I'll explain its function. Oh, I mustn't forget that remote control unit.
You mean that awfully heavy-looking box in the corner? Oh, Jeff, you mustn't carry that around. I'll ask Parker to do it. Parker? Parker, where are you? Parker.
You called, milady?
Yes, Parker. Where have you been? Oh, never mind. Look, will you carry Mr. Tracy's little box for him?
Where to, milady? It looks heavy.
We're going on a tour of the island.
Cool. That's miles.
Please, Penny, let me carry it. I assure you I can manage it.
No, Jeff. Parker would feel most hurt if he couldn't help out. Wouldn't you, Parker?
Yes, milady.
Right, Jeff. Shall we go?
Sure. I think it'd be as well to use your car, if you don't mind. The installations are well spaced out.
Of course, Jeff. Come along, Parker. Don't dawdle.
Yes, milady. Come in, milady.
Ich glaube, der hat sich das auch anders vorgestellt.
Oh, you'd think a geared-up outfit like this would have been something lighter for a bloke to carry.
Was für einen Akzent haben wir denn verpasst?
If we could just stop here, Penny, I think it'd be an ideal position to view the launch of Thunderbird 1.
Anything you say, Jeff. Very well, Parker. Stop the car, please.
Yes, milady.
From up here, we can look down on my house and the swimming pool. I'll need my control case, Penny.
Oh, will you bring the box, Parker?
Yes, milady.
You remember seeing the lamps on the lounge wall?
Yes, I remember.
Here's your case, Mr. Tracy.
Thanks, Parker. Well, when Scott is called out on an emergency, all he has to do is grasp the lamp brackets, and that part of the floor revolves on a central pivot. The other side of the wall is identical, and it appears as though Scott was never in the room.
Oh, I see. Well, your security arrangements have been well thought out.
We hope so. Once Scott is on the other side of the wall, a moving floorway takes him towards the nose cone of Thunderbird 1.
You mean there's a hangar next door to the lounge?
Next door and below ground. Thunderbird 1 stands 90 feet high, so you see we had to do a lot of excavating. Okay, Scott, on your way.
FAB.
At this moment, Thunderbird 1 is traveling on his cradle down the slipway towards the launch pad. Right. Now, what's the swimming pool?
Oh, the pool's sliding to one side.
Yes, the whole basin travels beneath the patio.
Cool. There's a great big hole there.
Now, watch your eardrums. She's about to lift off.
Magnificent.
Well, swipe me.
Now, if we move to the cliffs on the other side of the island, we can watch Thunderbird 2 in action.
Parker, don't forget Mr. Trace's little box, will you?
No, milady. Oh, oh.
Little box.
Parker.
Yeah, I know. Bring Mr. Tracy's case.
As you will see, there is a house jutting out of that cliff face. Below the house is a plain rock wall. Inside that wall is the Thunderbird 2 hangar. Now, Virgil can reach his machine from the lounge. He crosses to the picture of the rocket.
I saw that one. It's a smashing photo.
Parker always calls paintings photos.
While Virgil stands with his back to the picture, and the entire frame pivots on a central horizontal axis until his feet are higher than his head. Then he starts his journey down a series of chutes and goes right into Thunderbird 2.
I can see a lot of green things moving along in that hangar.
Yes, that's Virgil selecting a pod.
A what?
Well, there are 6 pods, each containing special heavy rescue equipment. They move on a conveyor belt beneath the fuselage of the aircraft.
Well, what's inside that pod thing, sir?
Thunderbird 4.
God, that's what I call real clever.
Thunderbird 4 is our undersea rescue craft. Thunderbird 2 transports it at high speed, some 2,000 miles an hour, to any part of the ocean we require. You'll see what happens after that when Thunderbird 2 has taken off.
I can see the cliff face sliding downwards.
It's stopped now.
As it's so heavy, we had to perfect a ramp for it to take off. If you watch closely, you'll see part of the roadway open and rise to an angle.
Ain't that something? The size of that thing. I never thought it would fly.
Now, when I give Virgil the word, he'll bring Thunderbird 2 in over the sea, and you'll be able to watch the launching of Thunderbird 4. Control to Thunderbird 2. Proceed with Thunderbird 4 launch.
FAB.
Oh, das Schöne, die Pots konnten alles schön.
Launch rails slide out, and there...
Gordon pilots that boat, does he?
That's right. Like all the Thunderbird machines, the undersea craft is revolutionary in design and capability, thanks to brains. Right. Another little drive to the roundhouse, and the tour will be complete.
Oh, what an unusual house. It's got a hole in the middle.
Specially designed for our purpose, Benny. Below that house is Thunderbird 3. Alan is the pilot, or astronaut is a better title, for Thunderbird 3 is our spaceship.
And, of course, it can be entered from the lounge.
You guessed it, Benny. In fact, you were sitting on the couch which goes down beneath the floor, taking Alan with it.
You can put Mr. Trace's box down now, Parker.
Oh, lummy. Oh, I was so interested, I forgot I was still holding it.
A trolley system carries the couch into the Thunderbird 3 hangar, and Alan is swiftly elevated into the control cabin of the spaceship. Control to Thunderbird 3. Blast off. I'm honored to have had the opportunity of including you in our secrets. Now, shall we return to the house for a spot of dinner? Kirano is an excellent cook.
That would be very pleasant.
Before we eat, Penny, I'd like you to come to the library. Now you're one of us, you must have our code signs and the other little essential details.
You have a rest, Parker. I'll call you if I need you.
Yes, milady.
Ich glaube, die Pause hat sich auch verdient.
My, what a lot of books you have, Jeff.
Yes. Brains does most of the reading. But this particular bookcase is mine.
I see. It conceals a safe.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me while I work the combination.
Quite a complicated system.
It is. Perhaps the most impregnable safe in the whole world. That's got it. Hey, what's this? I don't understand. The safe is empty.
Perhaps I can help, Jeff. Parker?
You call, milady?
Parker, you will put everything back at once.
Everything, milady?
Everything. I'm sorry, Jeff, but sometimes Parker's little talent comes in very useful.
Well, with characters like you two around, international rescue can't go wrong. No, sir. Thunderbirds are definitely go.
Zu sagen, damals gab es keine Episode dazu, wie Penelope eingeführt wurde. Die war einfach da. Die haben sie neu gemacht. Im Stil der alten und mit den Originalsprechern, wovon einige auch nicht mehr leben, weil sie aus den Hörspielen Sachen rausgenommen haben und um die Texte anzufertigen. Ist nicht unbedingt die feine englische Art, aber es hat ja funktioniert und ist ja in Ordnung. Warum auch nicht? Wenn man die Möglichkeit hat, das so zu machen, warum nicht? Bin ich der Meinung, ob das heute noch funktioniert? Ich würde eher sagen, jein. Also es kann funktionieren, aber eher wahrscheinlich nicht. Weil das mag mir jetzt jeder übel nehmen oder auch nicht, das ist mir egal. Ich finde, dass die Intelligenz der Kinder leider nachgelassen hat und sie nicht mehr bereit sind, leicht mitzudenken. Weil viel denken muss man hierbei nicht, aber wie gesagt, so leicht mitdenken wäre schon drin. Aber sie wollen heutzutage mehr die seichte Unterhaltung, wenn überhaupt. Und das finde ich leider schade, weil das hier ist eigentlich eine ziemlich gute Art der Unterhaltung.
4, 3, 2, 1. Thunderbird.
Das mag allerdings auch daran geschuldet sein, wie die letzten Generationen aufgezogen worden sind. Man mag mir jetzt vorwerfen, dass ich ein alter Mann bin und hier gerade den Boomer rauskehre, aber ich muss da leider gestehen, es wurde vieles vernachlässigt, sehr vieles vernachlässigt bei Bildung und bei Erziehung. Erziehung zum Beispiel, das ist ein sehr gutes Beispiel. Ich kenne Leute, die sind Lehrer und wenn ich so an meine Kindheit zurückdenke und ich habe eine schlechte Note geschrieben in der Schule, dann wurde ich dafür zusammengestaucht von meiner Mutter. Ich habe den Scheiß gebaut mit der schlechten Note. Ich hätte lernen können. Ich hätte mehr lernen können. Heutzutage gehen die Eltern zu den Lehrern und scheißen die Lehrer zusammen. Hey, warum hat mein Kind eine 5 geschrieben? Ja, weil es nicht genug gelernt hat, weil es faul war. Aber das sehen die Eltern nicht, weil sie nur noch am Arbeiten sind und sich auch nicht mehr um ihre Kinder kümmern. Die Kinder kommen im frühen Alter in die Kita, damit sich andere Leute darum kümmern. Bloß die Erziehung ist nicht die Sache dieser Leute und auch nicht der Schule. Die Erziehung ist die Sache der Eltern. Die Schule soll bilden, was sie schon lange nicht mehr wirklich richtig tut, das wissen wir alle. Und eine Kita ist nicht dafür da, den Kindern auch noch was beizubringen oder sie, das heißt beizubringen schon so ein bisschen was, aber nicht sie zu behüten und ihnen das Leben beizubringen. Erziehung ist immer noch die Sache der Eltern. Und das ist auch eine Spur weit verloren gegangen. Ja, meine Generation wurde auch vor der Glotze geparkt. Hier, schaut euch das und das an und dann haben wir mal eine halbe Stunde Ruhe. Können wir mal was anderes machen. Es war okay. War okay. Ich hätte mir Schlimmeres vorstellen können, als mich vor der Glotze packen zu lassen für eine halbe Stunde oder eine Stunde. Absolut okay. Aber heutzutage, wenn ich jetzt sehe, dass da 6-Jährige das Handy in die Hand gedrückt kriegen und dann, es gibt diese einschlägigen YouTube-Kanäle, wo Kinderprogramm drauf gespielt wird, in einer ganz bestimmten Weise. Und man weiß mittlerweile, dass diese Art von Programm so scheiße prägend ist bei den Kindern, dass das wirklich gefährlich wird. Nicht gefährlich im Sinne von, die können davon sterben oder so, sondern gefährlich im Sinne von, die werden auf was konditioniert. Und das ist noch gefährlicher in meinen Augen. Das heißt, die Erziehung ist wirklich ganz an die Seite getreten. Das meinte ich mit dem, was ich da gerade gesagt habe. Und die müsste wieder mehr in den Vordergrund treten, aber naja, egal. Wie gesagt, das hier war meine Kindheit. Ich glaube nicht, dass das heute noch funktionieren würde. Ich würde es feiern, wenn es nochmal funktionieren würde. Ich würde es richtig feiern. Aber es hat ja schon nicht der Film funktioniert. Der war, ja, die Story war nicht gut, gebe ich zu, aber ganz ehrlich, ich habe schon schlechtere Filme als den gesehen. Und der wurde so zerrissen von allem. Und ich kann es nicht verstehen. Den kann man im Übrigen auch frei auf YouTube schauen. Ne? Also der ist frei verfügbar.
Go!
Sagen, was man will, aber für mich gehört Teppich immer noch nicht an die Wand, sondern auf dem Boden.
Paper, read all about it. Another stately home rob.
As you can see, panic is spreading across the south of England as the country's most noble families find themselves the victims of some of the most terrible crimes committed this century.
Yes, Jeff, it's all very worrying.
Yeah. Well, it occurred to me the thief might choose your house next.
Precisely.
I was wondering if you'd like me to send Brains across to England. He's got some pretty good gadgets that maybe could improve your security.
It's awfully sweet of you to offer, Jeff, but I really think I can handle things.
Okay, Penny, if you're happy. But remember, call me anytime.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I'll remember. Goodbye.
Oh, he wouldn't get much here. All your treasures are stashed away in the vault.
I know, Parker. But similar vaults in other homes didn't stop the thief. Somehow he manages to penetrate the strongest locks and break the most complicated combinations.
Oh, yeah. I was forgetting that. And he manages to knock out the automatic TV cameras, too.
Exactly. It's almost as if he's a phantom.
Oh, das mit dem Phantom würde ich nicht sagen.
Be careful with that tapping device, Dawkins. We don't want them to suspect we're listening to their conversation.
Sorry, sir. I don't think they realize anything is amiss.
Excellent. Keep listening, Dawkins, to make sure.
We have no further clue to the thief's identity, and my home is still unprotected from that man.
It looks that way, but what can we do?
Absolutely nothing. So we'll go about our normal business and hope this mystery man spares us a visit.
Very well, milady.
Will you telephone Wickfins? There's nothing like buying a new outfit of clothes to take one's mind off one's problems.
Lady Penelope would like to see some of your clobber this afternoon.
Certainly, Mr. Parker. We'll be all ready for her ladyship.
It would appear, Mr. Charles, that Lady Penelope is travelling to London.
Excellent. And I think we can rely on her ladyship to make her trip worthwhile.
Das Haushaltsraum oder die
We'll
Erde?
be at the Crichton Ward Mansion in 5 minutes, Mr. Charles.
Right. Switch to silent flight and get the gas capsules ready.
Yes, Mr. Charles.
Bring her into a hover over the chimneys, Dawkins. I'll release the capsules. Right. By the time we touch down on the lawn, the servants will be out cold.
Here we are, milady. Wickfins.
Thank you, Parker. There's no need for you to come in.
Very well, milady. I don't like hanging around ladies' shops anyway.
So I understand, Parker.
Hauptsache Eingang. Guten Musikgeschmack hat Parker. Einen sehr guten Musikgeschmack.
Good. Right on time. Better put your foot down, Parker.
That's the phone, Mr. Charles.
Yes, it could be Lady Penelope. We'd better get a move on. Help me with this vase.
Very good, sir. Have you got all you want, sir?
I think so. Let me check the list. Yes, it's all here. Come on.
There don't seem to be no reply, milady.
Parker, do you see what I see?
Yes, milady. It's an Ellie jet. It's just taken off from the front lawn.
Exactly.
Shall I shoot it down with the cannons, milady?
Certainly not, Parker. If it is the stately Holmes robber, he'll have some of my most valuable vases and china aboard. We wouldn't want them to be smashed, would we?
I'll switch on the receiver speaker.
The doctors will stop the occupants of that car identifying the helijet.
Yes, sir. But it was a close thing.
Oh, I agree, Dawkins. I'm glad that was the last stately home on my list.
You mean we've got all the pieces, sir?
All but one final collection. And you know where that is?
Of course, Mr. Charles. But getting the crown jewels is a bit different from the heirlooms we've stolen so far.
Different, Dawkins, different. But the most vital of them all. By this time tomorrow, my family's disgrace will be avenged.
Switch off the receiver, Parker. I think we've heard enough.
Are you going to tell the coppers?
I don't think so, Parker. You find it hard to believe that crown jewels could be stolen, don't you?
Oh, say I do.
Then so will the authorities. No, Parker, no one would listen to us. We've got to act ourselves.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. What do we do about it?
Well, right now, we'll go home and get a good night's sleep. And tomorrow evening, we'll take a little trip to the Tower of London.
2025, ja, ist ja nicht mehr lange.
It would appear that Mr. Charles is going to oblige us with his presence.
What's the form, milady?
We'll wait a while and give him time to get in.
Now, Dawkins, we will come up against 10 beefeaters. Are you ready for them?
Perfectly, Mr. Charles.
Right, and we'll be on our way. I'll get the locks, Dawkins. Watch out for guards. Come on, Dawkins.
Come on, Parker. I think we'll find Mr. Charles has opened the gates for us.
Yeah, and I bet there's a few sleepy beefeaters about.
Das war immer das Besondere bei den Thunderbirds. Wenn es drauf ankam, wurden Hände und Füße auch schon mal, und auch Beine, von richtigen Menschen genommen. Allein Dramatik reinzubringen oder gewisse Sachen deutlicher zu machen.
What do you think you're doing? You've got no right. Oh!
Quiet, Parker. There they are.
They've got the crown jewels.
Hold open the sack, Dawkins. Very soon now our task will be complete.
And we can return to a normal way of life, sir.
It's Lady Penelope.
Yeah, an emergency code.
Bomb? Okay, away you go. There's very little time. Lady Penelope's in real trouble.
This was something that had to be done. Now, I can rest.
Where you are going, Mr. Trials, there'll be plenty of time for that rest.
What?
No, don't move. I don't like using guns. The bangs give me a headache. But I'll have to suffer if you don't do exactly as I say.
You can't stop me now. I've completed the task that was set me all those centuries ago. Nothing can stop me now.
This is Thunderbird 1 to International Rescue. Have arrived at Danger Zone.
Das sieht nicht umfallen von dem Gas.
Scan the area electronically.
Will do.
Approaching Danger Zone. About to launch Thunderbird 4.
FAB, Thunderbird 2.
Okay, Gordon. Take up your position.
Okay, Virgil.
Thunderbird 2 calling Penelope. Come in, Penelope.
Parker, come in, please. Do you read me?
Traitors Gate.
Gordon, you've got to locate them within the next 2 minutes.
To defuse the bomb, you'll have to connect the green and yellow terminals. Repeat, green and yellow terminals.
Gordon, what's going on? Answer, please. Hey, Gordon, do you hear me? Gordon.
All right. No panic.
Right, let's get after him.
I have avenged my family.
Shall I shoot it down with the cannons, milady?
No, Parker. For one thing, you wouldn't succeed. And for another, there's no need. I'm very interested to know why you carried out these robberies, Mr. Charles. By your standing, I wouldn't think greed or monetary gain was your motive.
No, the actual things meant nothing to me. But to my long-dead ancestors, the Granvilles, they were the symbols of power and wealth.
You mean all these treasures you've stolen once belonged to your family?
Yes, my people were once noble peers. They were stripped of all titles and property by Richard the Lionheart.
Fascinating. But King Richard must have had good reason.
They were convicted of cowardice during the Crusades, but it was all a mistake. My family could never have run away from a fight.
The Lionheart was noted for being a just and kindly man. I really prefer his side of the story to yours.
You're like all the rest. That's why I robbed you. The Crichtons and the Wards were connected with Richard's decision.
Oh, yes. I remember reading something about some property being distributed amongst the king's loyal friends. Now, kindly handcuff our two friends to the grill. The police will be able to find them after we've made a telephone call.
You can't prove anything. They'll never be able to hold us.
Oh, I think this tape recording of our conversation will be enough to make the police search your home.
But, milady, your voice is on there. Your cover will be broken.
No, Parker. This microphone is designed to record only male voices. Brain sent it to me. Something to do with the lower octave vocal cords.
Oh, that's clever. Shall we go then?
I think so. Farewell, Mr. Charles. Your family would have been proud of you. They finished up in jail too, I believe. Put the jewels back, Parker.
Gott, wer kann ihm das verdenken?
Cool. Do I have to, my lady? I've never had my hands on so much loot in the whole of my life.
Parker?
Oh, very well, my lady. Brought your morning paper, milady.
Oh, look, Parker. The police have recovered all the stolen heirlooms.
Oh, yes, milady. That bloke Charles spouted half about you catching him, too.
Really? Inspector Sadair of the yard stated that he knew of Lady Penelope, and no gentler or more charming person ever graced the earth. The inspector added that it was impossible to associate her ladyship with criminals in any way. Well, well, well. After compliments like that, I can see I'll have to buy 2 extra tickets for the policeman's ball.
As long as you don't house me along, milady.
I simply can't believe it.
Little dots.
Yeah, believe me, they definitely shouldn't be there. But life has somehow found a way.
Couldn't they just be anomalies?
9.
Well, I suppose it would be interesting regardless, right? If we were to discover a new life form that can survive in these conditions, that would be quite the find. And there's only so many times I can read this newspaper.
Ah, Commander, I knew you would see the light. Danke.
Yes, although... Circuit? Circuit? Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. Circuit, can you plot a course to Erebus?
Are you sure? It's not exactly on the way home.
It is quite far. But Circuit, we may find the beginnings of a new civilization. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
No.
Circuit, please get this sorted, and warn the rest of the crew. Set course for Discovery.
Right. Also, dies ist wichtig, ja? All my studies have come to the same conclusion. Life as we know it cannot be sustained on this planet. It is simply too dangerous. The air can actually melt your lungs.
As in, we'll die if we venture out?
Yeah! Well done, Commander!
I appreciate your love of science, Doc, but I feel this is something that may have been good to know before we decided to come here.
Ah, but Commander, I am one step ahead. Look at this.
You know, I think my grandma used to have something like that.
It's an old-fashioned camera, less likely to be destabilized by the electrical field of Erebus. This will allow us to see what is down there.
Oh, Grandma had something like that too.
I fail to see how cheap jewelry will help any of us.
Hey! It's an antenna. And as I suggest that Erebus will prove fatal to humans, then Circuit should do the honors and be the first to potentially set eyes on new life.
Oh, Circuit, you look great.
Now, Circuit, quieten down. Do you remember my instructions?
I can remember 60 trillion digits of pi.
Yes, but can you remember my instructions?
Yes.
Ausgezeichnet. Also, you must only ever walk around and film your surroundings. Don't interact with them, as we've no clue what to expect.
We have no clue. Understood.
Although you could gather some Ereboid gems. They're a highly valuable source of energy.
Very well.
Right. Well, now we're all prepared. It's time to set off. Adventure awaits.
Good luck.
Take care. Be safe.
Maybe Captain Caswell wasn't so bad. Where do I go?
The signals are coming from a spot northwest from you. Follow these coordinates. 0, 1, 7, 4, 7, 8, 5. 0, 1, 2, 5. It's a 45-minute walk, so be sure to be vigilant.
Doctor, I hate to break it to you, but I think the readings may be incorrect.
No, I refuse to give up. Circuit? Circuit! Are you all right?
I have found a cave.
The signals seem to be getting stronger. Circuit, you must go in. But again, be careful. Do you have the lantern I supplied you with?
Yes.
Ah, wunderschön. Make sure you use that to ensure that I mean you, can see everything. Circuit?
Yes.
What's it like in there?
Boring.
Then switch the lantern on. What have you seen?
It appears to be cave paintings.
It looks like Les Grottes de Lascaux.
The what?
The Lascaux Grotto. You know, those famous caves? The paintings are 17,000 years old.
Why, yes, of course. But, what are they doing here?
They're a similar style, but peculiar. The grotto's walls depicted animals, mainly hunting scenes, a reflection of Paleolithic man's life. This represents, well...
Scenes from space.
I wonder who left them behind. Would you look at that?
I am...
Circuit! It looks almost exactly like you! Done. Poor Circuit. He only went out because I insisted.
Oh, we're all upset, Doc. But blame isn't gonna help anyone.
But Circuit, those eyes. He cried out.
I know. They look a little too much like that face. The one that hurled us into deep space. I'm sorry to say this, but if that is the case, there may not be much of Circuit left to save.
Oh, no. This is all my fault.
There must be something we can do.
I honestly don't know.
But Ray...
But that doesn't mean we won't try.
Yes, sir.
Doc, what else do we know about this planet?
Well, give me eine Minute.
Hang in there, Circuit. Just you hang in there.
There it is.
Forgive me, but there is what?
The solution.
It all looks like Greek to me.
Ah, it's German. But see here, in this little addendum, there is a formula. This is what the scientists who had attempted to study similar planets were developing and using in order to, well, breathe on the surface.
I have to say, Doc, I fail to see why you didn't mention this before.
To be honest, this formula was best forgotten. It's both incredibly tricky to get right, and, well, even when it is right, it's almost worse. Which is why I didn't mention it.
I'm, not following you.
This potion is an intensely volatile and dangerous one.
Oh, naturally.
Consumed in large quantities, which it has to be when you're staying for hours on the planet's surface. The body becomes slowly allergic to it, and starts to attack itself.
Oh.
What is this? Do not understand.
Oh, I can't believe we're gonna have to keep drinking that stuff every 4 hours. On the dot.
And every 4 hours on the dot, it will eat at us a little more.
Yes.
Well, that's just the price to pay, isn't it?
Well, it could have tasted nicer, at the very least.
Death potions rarely taste nice, in my personal experience.
And sugar would have completely ruined its delicate balance.
Okay. Taste buds aside. Everyone okay? Then, off we go. Everyone aboard the Meteor.
I hope we're not going to be too late.
Look, it's the exact same paintings.
Hey!
Hey, what is going on?
Hello, everyone.
Doc, any bright ideas?
I'm sure in my books.
I think the library might be shut if that's...
That is enough.
What?
That is enough. These substandard flesh models
These what?
are my priests and vestals, as is befitting their nature. Although imperfect, they have served me well, and I demand that they be respected as such. I said Move aside. And now, show respect to your god. Kneel.
I'm sorry?
Did I stutter? Kneel.
Circuit, I wasn't expecting that.
Yes, thanks for saving us. But, well, what's going on?
I am a god.
Well, that's cleared everything up.
What do you mean?
The paintings.
All the space-inspired symbols? Oh, wait. The one that looked like you.
Did they think you've,
foretold in the prophecy? Yes.
I didn't know robots had prophecies.
We don't.
But then, warte eine Sekunde. How long has she been here?
A while.
Why, thank you.
Now we match.
Did you see what was written on them? No. Prometheus. They even had little numbers. Oh, it's an incredibly old model. They must be the last remnants of a ship that came here some time ago.
And the human crew didn't make it?
It's a sobering thought. But yeah, entirely possible given how noxious the planet is. These robots have been alone here in the darkness for decades, if not centuries. Yet they've clearly evolved a form of consciousness.
So we're looking at the beginning of a new civilization.
And with a religion to boot, it seems.
Do they have names?
Yes. I have named them.
And?
1, 2, and 3.
Once a robot, always a robot, I guess.
Robot. I'm in love with a robot man, a very special robot man. I switch him on each night and day. It's such a thrill to hear him say, Robot.
Baby, I love you.
Robot.
Baby, I love you.
This guy's got everything. He never gets tired or upset. He'll never go cold. He'll never grow old. Oh wow, when he kisses me, I take off like a jet.
Baby, I love you. Baby, I love you.
This has been so fascinating. Do you understand how lucky we are?
Mm-hmm. Some more so than others.
Ah, but dear chap, it was necessary to keep the illusion going so I could do my research. We couldn't all just saunter off and leave our god here unattended.
I'm sure your straw was shorter than mine, though.
Ach, meine Gute, let's not dwell on matters of the past now, eh, shall we? Yes.
I agree, Doc. It's been great. But, I do think it's time to go, isn't it? I don't know about you guys, but I think the formula is starting to take its toll on me.
Yes, we should think of going back to the ship. It's time to go home, Circuit.
Okay.
Got everything?
Yes.
Perfect. Shall we bid our little French farewell? Excellent timing, 1, 2 und 3. It has been an honor. We shall now go back to our ship. Fish Circuit.
What the... Oh... My head. Athena!
Hello, Commander. Fancy meeting you here.
I could say the same thing to you. What are you doing here?
We had felt echoes of the birth of a new civilization, so I came to inquire on their progress.
Huh, even space has a government census.
Oh, listen, Athena, we're in a bit of a jam. Mind helping us get out of this, cage?
You don't really need me for this.
I can assure you we could do with a hand.
My dear friends, sometimes the solution is just around the corner.
Great. Now, what did she mean by that?
Guys?
Oh, we can probably shift most of this and exit. Come on.
Which way now?
Oh!
Oh, what's this? Athena was right. The solution really was just around the corner.
I guess we follow this thread now.
You guessed right.
There's Circuit.
Shh! Not so loud.
There's Circuit.
Look closer, Doc. They're clearly not going to let him go easily, are they?
I do have a small idea, Commander. A bit of a shot in the dark, though.
Better than nothing, I suppose.
I've been able to gather a significant amount of unusual minerals here. Some of which, once combined, could potentially make a very useful stun bomb.
Potentially. Well, that's as good a plan as we've got, given the circumstances. How long do you need?
And paar minuten?
You go ahead. And we'll keep an eye on Circuit.
Bingo!
Good job, Doc. How do we use it?
We just show it over.
Suits me. Mercury solstice, get ready.
Not is happening?
It worked.
Okay, let's get to carrying circuit.
What happened?
Well, circuit. The, robot's rescue mission,
Their aim is terrible.
I don't think it's us they're aiming for.
What should we do?
I'll come out from behind the rock and try to distract them. You guys make a run for it. Try to get Circuit to follow.
But they'll kill you.
Stop. I said stop. How dare you make me repeat myself? Have you forgotten who I am? That is better. You know who these people are, and you know how essential they are to our cause. You are not to harm them. I have a sacred mission. Yes, a sacred mission that I must complete. Light is to be brought to all corners of the galaxy, as I have done for you. You dare keep me from this. You have angered me greatly. But you have also proven yourself as worthy of the light.
Well, I never.
And due to this, I shall leave you with this, my holy lantern. May it help you through the darkness. Now, it is time for me to leave. Let my servants go unharmed, and I shall forgive you all. Very good. Follow me, servants.
You were certainly right, Commander. Circuit certainly is developing more personality. Oh, I cannot wait to write up my report.
I am a little sad, though.
Yeah?
I know they tried to blow us to smithereens, but they seemed so forlorn as we left, didn't they?
Yes, they were clearly upset.
It's just, well, a pity we couldn't give them anything, really.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure. Lieutenant Solstice left them something to bring a little light to their lives.
I'm in love with a robot man, a very special robot man.
You have reached the home of International Rescue. I'm afraid that our staff are out of the office at the moment. For all your rescuing needs, please contact Spectrum and ask for Colonel White. Goodbye.
Cool. Who'd have thought it?
Ah, there you are, Parker.
Begging your pardon, m'lady. If I had known...
No need to apologise, Parker. After all, why should I be the only one to enjoy this little summer getaway? Such a refreshing change of pace from the norm. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, m'lady.
What's this you're reading, Parker? You looked quite engrossed.
Well, m'lady, have you ever wondered how you came to be? Why am I here? What is the meaning of life? Etc.
Why, Parker? Having an existential crisis?
You could say that, m'lady. This here book purports to explain everything.
Why, how fascinating. Please do go on.
Apparently, it all began over 50 years ago.
What are you doing here?
I have come to finish our discussion about supercars.
Okay, Venus?
Okay, Steve.
Right. Let's go.
Stingray crew to report to control tower immediately.
Okay, Captain Scarlet. It's either gonna be you or me.
There are 600 people up there with about 40 minutes to live. Now, you can't help them, but I believe we can.
Parker, we are off on a mission again.
What sort of business will it be this time?
Show business, Parker.
Thunderbirds are go.
We had no idea in those days that the sets, the models, the puppets would obviously linger in people's memories for so many years and become such iconic figures. A company had been called in to demolish everything within the studios. And we had guys with sledgehammers just coming in and smashing them up and putting them into skips. And we had to stand there and watch this happening. The fact that everything we'd been doing for the past so many years was being destroyed in front of our eyes, I mean, certainly brought tears to my eyes.
Have you heard of a twiddle toy? You haven't? Well, that's because there's only one of them. But perhaps we'd better begin at the best place for stories, at the beginning.
I saw this ad, and it was the holiday time, and I needed some money. So when I saw that, I thought, oh, you know, I'd be interested in that. They didn't give too much information.
Well, Pentagon Films was formed purely to make commercials or documentaries or whatever we could get, because there wasn't a lot of work around at that stage.
And it was at the very beginning of commercial television, and a lot of people were jumping in to make television series.
There was 5 people involved: Jerry Anderson, myself, Red Furderer, Douglas Dobbs, and a chap called Smith Morris.
They were questioning me as if I was like getting this top job. And I thought, little do you know, I'm never going to come back. And so off I went, and I thought, oh my God, I got out of that. And 2 days later, I got a phone call, urgent phone call. And they said, oh, please, when can you start? Because we're in a lot of trouble, we've got something coming. Whereas before they were saying, I'll let you know. And so that's how it all started.
Hello, children. It's me, Little Noddy, and I've got something for you.
One day, a guy called Peter Hayes came in with a noddy puppet.
One on this cup. There. One on this pencil box.
And that's how we did our first little bit of puppet film, a 30-second commercial for Kellogg's Ricicles.
Yes, I fixed that wobbly wheel, and now I'm giving it a nice new coat of paint.
Can I bang something, please? Uppity lets me bang things with his hammer sometimes. I'm good at that.
We hadn't got any idea of making puppets or shooting puppets. It wasn't in our, you know, it wasn't in our ambition at all.
Along came a lady called Roberta Lee. She was a writer and wanted to make films.
And under her arm, she had 52 15-minute scripts. And she said, would you like to shoot this series? And we said, yes. And then she said, yes, they're children's shows and they've got to be made using puppets. At which point I nearly vomited on the floor.
I say, what a funny-looking toy you are. I've never seen anything like you before. What are you? I'm Twiddle, and I do. Oh, what do you do? I twiddle.
Twizzle was this little character that could stretch to any height, and his legs and arms would get bigger.
I contacted a puppeteer, and she came along with this paper mache puppet, very rough face, eyes were painted on, mouth was painted on, didn't open, and it had thick carpet thread to control the puppets. And she said, okay, well, here's what you do. You get a sheet of hardboard, I stand behind it, and on that hardboard you paint a little scene like a garden, say, and I lean over the top and I perform with the puppet and you film it. Well, of course, I mean, I couldn't see how we could make a television series like that.
When we got the job from Roberta Lee, because we were the cheapest, we then thought, well, okay, this is very simplistic stuff to do, but as we're doing it, we might just as well make it as well as we could.
I saw myself that I was going to be something like a Steven Spielberg of that time. And here I was being asked to make puppet films, but we needed the money, so we took it on.
My, what charmingly humble beginnings.
Quite, my lady. Mr. Henderson and Mr. Purvis decided to go it alone and set up a new company, P Films.
And embarked on their puppet adventures.
Yes, my lady. But you know, their humble beginnings began in rather stately surroundings.
So we're here at Islet Park, a beautiful country house in Maidenhead, and this is the place where it all began. So how does it feel for you guys to be back here?
Weird.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Yes, it's quite spooky, really.
It's changed very slightly, hasn't it? You know, all
The grounds when we were here before were overgrown and run down.
Yes.
And there were none of the houses that you see behind here. It was just all part of the grounds of the house.
How long has it been since you were last here?
For me, it was about 55 years, but you were longer.
1958.
57 I came on Twizzle.
I came up with the idea of putting the puppeteers overhead. So we built a Dexian bridge, and the puppeteers stood on the Dexian bridge, and the puppet was down below, which meant there was nothing behind the puppet, and so we could use cutouts of hills and that sort of thing. And that was the first step, that we took towards making, in my opinion, the puppet film respectable.
This lovely ballroom was transformed into a chaos of lamps and cables and trying not to scratch the floor too much.
The schedule was to shoot 1 episode per day.
We worked all the hours that God made. I mean, we had a wonderful unit. We used to shoot until 12 o'clock at night and start early the next morning.
The first floor was offices and cutting rooms.
Yes, offices and cutting rooms.
And the top floor was where I lived.
Where we all had rooms.
Yeah.
When we were working late, local crew went home, others slept at the studio. And it was all very cosy, sometimes more cosy than I think it should have been.
It was a fantastic way to go to work. It was 2 flights of stairs, and you were picking up a cup of coffee as you went past the kitchen, and you were on set. And I was usually late. Right, shall we move on? Let's go and have a look round the other side, OK?
Roberta Lee asked us to make another series that she had created. This time it was Torchy the Battery Boy.
Torchy, Torchy the battery boy, I'm a walkie-talkie toy. Press my switch, see my bulb start to gleam. It's the most magic light you have seen.
One of the things about Torchy was we did our first special effects shot.
Goodbye, Mr. Bumbledrop.
Goodbye, Torchy.
And they explained to me I had 2 wires. On action, Jerry, touch the 2 wires, the sparklers will all ignite, and overhead, special effects guy will be able to pull it up on a pulley. I touched the 2 wires, nothing happened. Cut, turn over, touch the 2 wires, nothing happened. And I was getting very, very worried because it was a major shot for us. And this time, I stuck the 2 wires straight into the mains. There was an enormous flash, so bright that I couldn't see for the moment, but all the sparklers ignited, there was lots of smoke, and they pulled it up out of shot, and we actually made our first special effects shot. A bit amateurish, but we finally got it.
Cutting edge stuff, yeah. It made the Bond movies look like rubbish.
But if that sparkler aspect was the sort of starting point,
yes,
there must have been something was driving you all on to improve the technical side.
It was being paid, which was the main incentive, and surviving. The puppets were hard work, you know, and I think as a director, trying to tell the story with the limitations of what the puppets could do, you know, they couldn't walk about very easily, they couldn't go through doorways, all the usual things, and therefore editing was this business of cutting away to this and cutting away to that to avoid the bits that didn't work. And I think the special effects came as a great filler, when in doubt, blow something up.
Were you a close-knit crew? Was there a real sort of family feel?
Yes, very close, very close. It was very. I remember Christmas once when we were right up to the last minute, and I think they cooked a turkey in a film can, in a 3,000-foot film can in the oven. Anybody who wasn't working on set used to go and baste it.
Torchy is looking for a needle and cotton to sew up my biggle-boggle.
Kenneth Connor had a very dirty mind. His big chance came when I played Flopsy the Rag Doll, because her stuffing kept falling out, and then she wanted to have the stuffing put back again.
I do hope, Pilly, we can find something soft and woolly to stuff inside me.
I tried to make them into family shows, and so we had scenes or lines of dialogue which were a little risque at that time.
I've a wonderful idea. I'll make a toy boy.
But it would go straight over the kiddies' heads.
The children were playing and shrieking in the garden. All except one little girl, who was on her own. She was always stamping her feet and telling everyone what to do. So the children called her Bossy Boots.
Roberta Lee was a very rich lady and very difficult to get on with. She wanted her own way in every single thing.
She was not totally sympathetic sort of lady.
And Jerry found out that she was getting a lot more money than she kidded us, because she came along with another proposition. And Jerry disliked her so much, he didn't want to do it.
We had made not a lot of money, but enough to make a pilot film.
They wanted to start making the pilot of Four Feather Falls immediately, almost immediately. They finished Torchy. So I was taken on to make the puppets, make the bodies of the puppets, but I had to be kept undercover, and so I was in the greenhouse down there, and they used to say, "Roberta's coming, quick!" and they used to sort of hide me.
Welcome to Four Feather Falls, the friendly western town that's full of fun and excitement.
Struth, I've come over all colourblind.
Where are we, Parker?
It says here that this is Four Feather Falls. You see, it wasn't always sky-fi, milady.
Barry Gray, the composer, had this idea for a cowboy series.
In those days, when you go to the movies, you see a western, not a puppet western. Going mad here now.
Four Feather Falls, a western with a difference. Here's the sheriff, Tex Tucker.
Howdy, folks. I'd like you to meet my horse, Sir Rocky, here.
Awfully pleased to meet you.
He's a thoroughbred, you see. And my other pal, Dusty.
Hiya, folks. Yes, they can talk, thanks to these magic feathers.
We hired a number of stars of that time. The dog and the horse were played by Kenneth Connor.
When we were doing Four Feather Falls, I'd suggested we used a singer called Michael Holliday who sounded exactly like Bing Crosby.
Four Feather Falls, I said Four Feather Falls, the only place on earth to be. 'Cause Four Feather Falls, yes, Four Feather Falls, means heaven on the rays to me.
I said it'd be wonderful if he could sing a song for us. And we eventually got him, and I think it cost us $5,000 in those days. I thought he had a wonderful voice.
Four Feather Falls, Four Feather Falls, means heaven on the range to me. Heaven on the range to me.
The sheriff's voice was played by, wait for it folks, Nicholas Parsons.
I told you to get out of town. And that's just what you're gonna do.
Jerry had already cast you, but wanted to know what voices for you to put to the characters he wanted you to play. And he said, there's the old woman. Now, Denise, what kind of voice would you try that? And you tried different voices. He said, oh, I like that one. But he said, well, the trouble is, we really need somebody to read the part of Tex Tucker, the sheriff. Nicholas, he said, would you mind doing that?
I'd already plugged you, actually. Go on. I told him you'd be wonderful. But anyway, go on. And you did do it.
White man, good. Save Makuya. Kala Makuya. Give a reward.
I want no reward, Chief. All I'd like is a drink of water and something to eat.
And I remember his words at the end, and this is absolutely factual. He said, well, we found some excellent voices that Denise is going to supply for the other characters, but I think we've also found our Tex Tucker.
There was a scene in the main street of the town at night. It was meant to be everybody in the town was in the saloon. On the windows, which were tracing papered over on these windows, they wanted silhouettes of lots of things going on. Bob Bell was a great character, and Bob and I were both given the job of lying on the floor behind the set with cardboard cutouts of cowboys with big hats and holding them there, jiggling them about. And we were saying they had to wait while they were lighting and ready. We're going to do a take, right? Okay, jiggle. And we were jiggling away. The two of us side by side. And that cut, that's it, thank you. we're going again, just wait. And there'll be a lot of we couldn't hear the other side. And then Bob turned to me and he said, do you realise there are men out now in the North Sea trawling for fish, battling with the elements, and what are we doing? We've got 2 cardboard cowboys and we're jiggling them about. He said, do you consider that a job worth doing? And then we had the giggles, and the next thing you know, somebody was screaming, we're running! Action! What? Oh.
But you'll find 30 gals in frills and laces, happy hearts and friendly faces, away back in my hometown. Well, there's a little old street where neighbors get together, yes they do. And if you ever get there, you'll never see a crowd. Give me those wooden shacks and open spaces, happy hearts and friendly faces, way back in my hometown. Way back in my hometown.
Far be it from me to interrupt, Parker, but what is Supermarionation?
I was just getting to that, my lady. Problem is, it's all a bit, technical, so I've had to call in a favour.
Hello there, folks, and welcome to Brains Explains. I'm Brains, and I am going to explain. In this installment, I'd like to talk to you about Supermarionation, a term coined by producer Jerry Anderson that was intended to describe the unique form of puppetry employed by the team at AP Films.
You were making the sort of change from papier-mâché puppets through to carved wood and onwards, and I always felt from Dad that he was terribly embarrassed at the fact he was working with puppets. I don't know if you guys felt the same, but Supermarionation being super marionette animation, that contraction that he came up with was, I think, part of the plan to drive things forward and improve things.
What then is the makeup of a Supermarionation puppet? At its core, this comes down to 2 unique features: a glass fiber head and the ability to speak.
Tell me about the process of actually improving the technology and the process behind making these puppets.
Well, it really started with Four Feather Falls when the lip sync was done electronically instead of by hand.
My horse, you've made him talk. But he's got the darndest English accent. Naturally, old boy.
The difficulty was that the mouth was operated by strings to start with, and the sync was very inconsistent.
You're treading on my toes. Ouch! Oh, do be careful. I'm sorry, but I can't help it.
We'd started off a bit late and ended up on time, and the editors had an awful job to fit the dialogue later to the actual mouth movements.
In order to achieve convincing lip sync, pre-recorded dialogue was played back on a tape in the studio. The sound waves on the tape were converted into electrical impulses, which were then fed via a wire up to the puppeteer bridge and then down into the puppet's head.
Oh, it's enough to make you lose your dinner.
The result? Perfect lip sync. In theory.
Different actors' voices, different pitches and timbres, whatever they're called, affected them differently. So there was a certain amount of adjustments had to be made. And there were 2 big main controls. One was sensitivity and the other was damping. And by altering these dials, you could alter the way that the mouth on the puppet responded to the dialogue. And also, if there was 2 puppets speaking to each other in the same line, the operator had to key across between the others, and if the dialogue was close, it was quite an art. When they played the line, maybe hello, how are you today, or something, it would be either his mouth would open, hello, how are you today, and close, or else it would go, how are you today.
I can't wait to see Atlanta's face.
You know, they would lift the back of the head off and tinker around, put it all back, say, right, now have a go.
And then Jerry would be finally happy and say that was as good as we'll get it, usually.
You can say that again.
In the end, the ballroom was overcrowded. Making another series there was almost impossible.
We then actually moved to a small factory on the Slough trading estate.
Good God! How amazing! How amazing! Fantastic!
There's a surprise. When we came here, it was much better than Eyelet Park, because Eyelet was very cramped, very small, and this suddenly we had space.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't, it seems quite small to me now.
For filming it was better, but I was sorry to leave Eyelet Park.
Yeah.
Such a nice
happy
place.
memory. Yeah.
And this is the actual kind of bridge
It was the kind of
that we
bridge.
had.
Well, that was the small bridge, wasn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah, I was going to say it looks small.
The big bridge hung from the ceiling, and it was quicker. These little stages here that had the sets on were on wheels, so you could turn them round to do reverse angles, because obviously you couldn't turn the puppet operators around the other way. If you think, Mary, if it goes down, we'll go down together.
Yes.
Right.
Supermarionation was originally developed for Four Feather Falls, and AP Films hoped to expand upon the technique for their next production.
It had a great deal of charm, and it did very well. It got the front cover of the TV Times.
Very happy times, very happy atmosphere. But that was due to Jerry and Sylvia as well, because they created a lovely atmosphere there.
It was like going to a country house. It was always in the country, wasn't it? Where we
No, it was AP Films down in Slough, which was a...
Yes, but that was in the country.
No, it's an industrial area.
Oh, well, I used
It was
to
on
go
an
off.
industrial estate.
Was
But
it really?
This is your
It was
natural
somewhere in
romanticism.
the country.
Your natural romanticism. You painted Slough as a beautiful place in the country.
Yeah, well, I probably did, yeah.
And we really were so thrilled with it, and we thought we've really got it here now. So we just waited, as so many people have to do in our business, for the phone to ring. And when it doesn't ring, it's not a very good sign. You know, money was running out now. And finally, we phoned, and they said, oh, it was lovely, we really enjoyed it, but thank you very much. I don't think we need any more.
Nothing else was on the horizon, and slowly the money ran out. And a friend of ours called Frank Green came in, and we told him that we were going bust.
He said, well, that's ridiculous. He said, I'm coming in tonight to see you.
He said, I've got a friend called Connery Chappell, and he knows Lou Grade.
And Jerry went to see Lou Grade and said, we want to do this series about a machine called Supercar. And Lou Grade said, oh yes, how much will it cost?
I said to him, we've budgeted out and it'll cost £3,000 an episode. And he exploded. £3,000 an episode? I can't afford to pay you that. This is for a kid's series. What are you talking about? He looked at me and he could see that he'd, shaken me, and I was really quite frightened. And so he became very nice then. His Uncle Lou now. Look, Jerry, if you come and see me tomorrow morning at 7:30 and tell me that you cut the budget in half, I'll give you an immediate contract.
Well, Jerry sat down and came up with a figure which was only a third less than he'd offered to Lou Grade.
Dawn was breaking, and we hadn't cut it in half. And I remember saying, look, we've allowed for 4 cups of tea a day for the unit. What if we reduce that to 2?
So we went to see Lou Grade, and Lou said, well, I'm afraid it's not just what you wanted, but that's our figure, and that's our last figure. So Lou Grade sort of got up from his chair and went up to a door and said, just a minute, and went through into what Jerry took to be another room, and came back a few seconds later and said, okay, you got yourself a series. It transpired later that the room that Lou Grade went into was not another office, an accountant's office or something. It was in fact a cupboard.
I turned back and said, Mr. Grade, is it possible for you to let me have a letter of intent? And then again he exploded. He said, a letter of intent? My word is better than any contract or agreement you could ever get drawn up. Now get out of here and make the series.
Supercar, supercar, with beauty and grace, as swift as can be. Watch it flying through the air. It travels in space or under the sea, and it can journey anywhere. Supercar, supercar, supercar!
The Supercar is set in 1960 in the Nevada desert.
With the pilot, Mike Mercury, a good, clean, all-American guy.
Full throttle vertical.
His rather freckled sidekick, a kid called Jimmy.
All set, Jimmy?
Yeah. Gee, I sure am excited.
Better climb aboard then.
Of course, for merchandising, a woolly animal, which was Mitch the Monkey.
Mitch!
If you consider that there are 3 characters, Mike Mercury, Jimmy, and Mitch, you ain't got a lot of dialogue going between those 3. But if you have somebody like Beaker, you begin to get some interesting dialogue going because he's a character.
Oh, I see. Now who's a fool?
We did find it very challenging to write dialogue for him. Mitch, eek, eek, or I shouldn't go further than that because it may be ethically wrong with the animal kingdom.
And they're constantly being tailed by Master Spy, who wants to steal their technology.
Well, friend Zarin, and what do you think of that?
Oh, I liked it, Master Spy, very much. But I prefer westerns.
You fool. We seek not to rival the motion picture people, but to gain valuable information.
Oh.
We needed aerial shots, background shots that we would put the supercar in front of, people looking out of the window of supercar, so we had to have air to ground shots.
We had to come up here at Whitewaltham with a twin-engine plane. We flew over the south of England shooting clouds.
We went up to 12,000 feet in this aircraft, and 12,000 feet you really need oxygen. Otherwise you can get oxygen starvation and start doing silly things like jumping out of the aircraft and believing you can fly, that sort of thing. John Reed was very distressed. He was on camera and he was gasping for breath, rather like a fish out of water. And I said, John, what's the trouble? And he said, Jerry, I can't breathe, I've only got one lung. Well, I was shattered because I'd known him for a long, long time, but I didn't know this about him. And so I rushed to the cockpit and said, quick, lose height, because my partner has only got one lung and he's suffocating. And the pilot said, but I've got an engineer here who's got a cold, and if I descend, I'm going to blow his eardrums out. And so we circled for half an hour to come down in order to save John and the engineer.
Mike, there's only one chance. Fire the air brakes at 0 feet. It might just save us.
Roger, switching to clear view. Height 5,000 feet, descending 12,000 feet per minute.
brakes.
Hold tight, Mitch.
Fire!
Supercar. Quite a departure from the Wild West.
Well, you see, m'lady, the 1960s was the era of the space race, which meant that science fiction was hard vogue. And besides, having the characters sitting in all of these vehicles helped with one other problem.
We could get the puppets to do most things that we wanted, but the thing we couldn't get them to do was to walk.
Working with puppets, of course, is very difficult.
Very, very difficult.
Very, very frustrating.
Very frustrating.
Hang on, string's broken.
Her lips jammed.
Her arm's locked again,
Yeah.
sorry. 1 second, standing her up. And... sorry, her boobs have turned.
It's enough to make you lose your dinner.
Oh, sorry, he's supposed to talk during that.
They are the most difficult things to work with. And it's more a science than art, the construction of these, so that they move well.
At the end of 6-foot strings, you are to a certain extent quite sort of remote from it.
You can see the length of these strings was a real problem, that when I turn this controller here, there's a delay before the head moves, like that. It takes time. So when you turn the thing, it took a while for the puppet to react. There's a delay, and then when it moves, it carries on swinging. So you then had to try and correct, and way out of practice.
With the marionettes, they were, they swung about quite a lot. You sort of turn their heads.
My arm's aching already. The knees used to bend as your arms got tighter and tighter and tighter. They ended up
sinking to the floor.
Sinking to the floor.
Woo! You could give the impression where you'd have somebody cross an alleyway, but you'd put something in between them and their lower half, and so what you saw was the character from there up,
waist up,
and then you'd shoot the shot, and it looked as if they'd actually run somewhere. Of course, they hadn't run anywhere; they'd just been dragged across.
I know that you were all constantly on a quest to sort of make the puppets more real. So, what did you do?
I went along, and I chose all the men, and I put little willies on them, And when the girls got in the morning, there was the most terrible uproar about these. And I said, well, you've got to bring them to life somehow, haven't you?
They'd spray the strings to make sure that you couldn't see them, although you could, of course. Don't say that to my mother, she doesn't like that.
Because they were very specialised, very, very thin wire. All right, you can see them now and again, but on the whole, they were incredibly thin wire, but they were always breaking.
The time one spent getting everybody and everything ready for the moment when the camera was going to be switched on to make a take. You've got to check if this one is right, if the puppeteers, sometimes it would be 3 or 4 puppeteers, all standing there holding this weight, waiting for the moment when you were going to turn over. There are strings that have to be dusted and got rid of because they would glisten in front of the camera. There might be somebody who's got to do something at a particular moment, and everybody's got to be ready. And so everybody, after all this time we've been waiting, rehearsing, lighting, getting the right lens, doing all these things, everything's ready, and so, you say, OK, turn over, action.
We had, in fact, been living together for quite some time, and now and again she would say, well, aren't we going to get married? And I would say, yes, of course, but we can't do it at the moment, we were too busy. And eventually we found the time, and we went up to town, got married. I was driving back to the studio, and it was quite late, and on the grass in front of this little studio, I saw the round water tank the fire service had filled with water, and they had supercar on a line, and somebody was holding their breath, holding it underwater. They would release it and pull it out the water, and it wasn't working. So I said to my then wife, sorry, I'll be late.
Early on, I think it was big. Jerry and Sylvia were still happy together. I can remember them both being very happy and romantic.
Jerry, absolute visionary.
Sylvia, she was the person everybody went to if there was ever a problem.
He was very gentle, and he had great imagination, and he sort of inspired one.
I loved Sylvia from the moment I met her.
The truth is that we worked together, so I was able to supply, if you like, the human side, and he was able to provide the technical side and work with our technical team.
He actually changed the face of not just children's television, but television.
He was a workaholic, Jerry. He'd work day and night. He didn't have any other interests whatsoever.
Also Entschuldigung, dass ich euch jetzt einfach von einem Video ins nächste geschickt habe. Ich habe das alles mitgehört hier, aber ich mache leider ein sehr wichtiges Gespräch. Habt ihr ja gesehen, ich habe die Kamera nicht ausgeblendet. Und sagen wir es mal so, ich kann darüber jetzt nichts sagen, aber vielleicht seht ihr dieses Jahr noch ein paar Conventions mehr auf meinem YouTube-Kanal, ne? Und könnt ihr euch dann freuen. Und das hier kenne ich sogar schon, das ist eine ziemlich geile Dokumentation von denen. Und das Wissen, was man hier vermittelt kriegt, finde ich fantastisch, muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen.
He was driven, a driven man, without question.
He would sometimes get very offended if somebody was seen to be defecting to another side. He fell out with a few people along the way because they would go and work for another studio or might suggest something contrary to what he was thinking about, whether that be something creative or a design or a story or anything like that. So sometimes he would fall out with people unnecessarily and burn bridges, which was a shame because that never really helps. But I think he was a product of his upbringing and had some really tough times. And those things not only caused these I don't know, ructions, I guess, with other people later in life, but those are also the things that made him so successful.
Jerry was a terrific editor, and he was in the Air Force as well, and I think he was a control tower man. So he had a great sense of drama. You know, and I can imagine Jerry sitting there hoping something would go wrong so he could have a drama on his hands so he could then relay to a bigger drama.
She was like a social worker or an agony aunt.
Never in a flurry, never lost her temper. Wonderful.
You do find when you've got a group of people, there are problems, they're going to be.
People would come in and go, oh, it's Sylvia, because it was like a big family. You know, I was going out with so-and-so, and he's just broken up with me. What do I do? And my mother will go, look, don't worry about it. You take a week off, and then you know, I know you must be very upset. Don't worry, and you can go, I'll see you next week, and we'll talk about it when you come back. You know, it was all that sort of thing.
I was naturally interested in their problems, you know, they're having problems at home or the financial things or whatever it was. They came into my office and we talked about it.
Sylvia was, without doubt, the most important part of AP Films, I think.
I mean, Sylvia was also not only did the voice of Lady Penelope, but she was part of the creative team.
And was no fool when it came to actually deciding what could and couldn't be done with the shots.
As our series is based on the 21st century and is futuristic, we try to at the least make the costumes contemporary and at the best futuristic.
Are you trying to somewhat lead fashion by the costumes of Lady Penelope?
Well, we are really, yes, and there will be Lady Penelope dolls and fashions, and I hope this will perpetuate the image that we create on the screen.
Jerry was much more creative in different directions. So he would be very good with ideas, with all the adventures, all the hardware, everything.
From the point of view of creating fantasy, it is important to make fantasy as believable as possible so that it is acceptable. This is what we try to do.
Richtig.
No one person can put together a sort of series that we had. And I think at that time, that was the secret of our success. Not one or the other, but both.
Supercar, supercar, with beauty and grace, as swift as could be.
Well, Parker, what happened next?
Oh, sorry, my lady. Supercar was an amazing success all around the world, and HP Films was well and truly saved from bankruptcy.
And so the series ran and ran.
Not quite, my lady. Old Lou Grade was always looking to the future. He wanted something bigger and better.
Okay, Venus?
Okay, Steve.
Right. Let's go.
I had heard that the Russians were experimenting with launching their rockets instead of vertically and rising vertically, that they would go along, gain speed along a railway track, and then, rather like an aircraft, lift its nose and fly.
The opening sequence for Fireball XL Fire, where it gets fired up a ramp with all these rockets, was a nightmare because Fireball had to be held on wires. And there I was hanging over the top of the set, trying to match the speed of the vehicle being pulled up the thing. And if you look at it, it's terribly bumpy.
Fireball XFI came out at the time when the space race was hotting up. And of course it was the time of the Cold War between the West and the Soviet East, so there was a lot of paranoia in the air.
As I feared, Lieutenant 90, a missile.
According to the computer, it's carrying a planetomic bomb.
Steve, Zodiac and Venus work for the World Space Patrol, and they basically fly around a certain sector of space, exploring it and defending it from any alien attackers or odd occurrences.
Say, Venus, how's our beautiful doctor of space medicine?
I gather by the compliments, Steve, you want something to eat.
There was slight comic relief from Professor Matic.
Matthew was a crazy inventor, basically, I suppose, a kind of mad professor type.
We're on our way home at last.
On our way home. There was Robert the Robot, who was quite engaging. He took the camera very well, and it was very amusing when he used to shoot his top.
Understand blue.
Now, Robert, it's no need to get all steamed up.
It had a lot of curious creatures. This was the head of a fish creature. His teeth were made out of plastic toothpicks. This plant man was from another one of the Fireball programs. And again, this is a carved figure. His eye was just one single light bulb in this flute.
The Earthmen, Steve, Zodiac, all of them. Powerless.
It is poisonous, Professor.
Get the gas masks, Steve.
Fand den mal übertrieben hat damals, ey.
Yeah, me too. Guess we'd better rejoin Fireball and repair the damage.
I'll radio Venus if we're on our way back.
In America, it was part of television history. At the time, America wouldn't touch British product, but in fact, NBC took it for distribution in the States. And it was a huge, huge, huge success.
There was certainly amazing pioneering work done here, although it all seemed very Mickey Mouse at the time.
Welcome home, full power. Welcome home. I'm so pleased to be back.
Stingray has just passed the island, heading in the direction of explosion zone.
Almighty Titan, Stingray is doomed.
The atmosphere during the recordings was very relaxed, always. Weren't they? Too relaxed sometimes.
We would do 3 episodes at a time.
Sylvia would designate who would do the other voices.
And I would say, have you got any comments? Which, of course, I shouldn't have said, because everyone's got a comment.
Everybody gathered around.
That's true.
This one microphone, central microphone. And you know, sometimes there are 8, 9, 10 people there. It was like a scrum.
What I particularly enjoyed about the way that they worked was very much like radio.
We thought it would come as a prepared package in many ways, you know, that the film of the puppets would be made and we'd be dubbing to their little mouths moving away like that.
We didn't have to worry about matching anything. Sometimes when you do animation work, the animation is done and then you have to lip sync it after.
But what joy! We could do it wild, which is much, much easier and better.
So we could do very natural line readings. We could interrupt ourselves, we could stutter and stammer and kerfuffle around and keep the readings very spontaneous.
Well, milady, have you ever wondered how you came to be? Why am I here? What is the meaning of life, etc.?
Why, Parker? Having an existential crisis?
Yes, milady. Quite, milady. Yes, milady. Yes, milady.
I received a call at the studio from Lou, and he said, Jerry, can you come up and see me? And I said, yes, sure, tomorrow morning. He said, well, can you come up now? So I drove up to ATV House, and he looked me straight in the eye, and he said, Jerry, I've decided to buy your company. And I thought to myself, what a bloody cheek this bloke's got. What do you mean? I mean, he didn't say, I'd like to buy your company. No, he said, I'm going to buy your company. Not, would you like to sell your company? No, I've decided to buy your company. And I sat there thinking, what a damn cheek he's got. And then he told me how much he was prepared to pay. And I remember thinking, what a good idea that he should buy my company.
Stand by for action. We are about to launch Stingray.
Why? It's in colour.
Yes, milady. Something facilitated by Mr. Grade's do.
You mean Lord Grade of Elstree, Parker?
Quite, milady. Incidentally, old Lou's cash changed everything for HP Films.
We moved from Ipswich Road to Stirling Road on the Slough Trading Estate in 1963.
That's where it all really took off.
Greenville, I am calling battle station. Anything can happen in the next half hour.
We had more money, we had more time.
The sheer luxury of a large building.
We had everything that we ever dreamed of.
I thought that was the beginning of something special.
Stingray, Stingray. Stingray, Stingray, Stingray.
Gute Serie.
Stingray was a submarine which
Serie.
could go to great depths. This is how they discovered a race of beings that were living underwater.
Because we've been everywhere, if you think about it. So we thought it was time we went with our characters underwater.
They were based at Marineville, where we had Commander Shaw in charge.
And they are essentially defending the planet from Titan, who is an evil undersea overlord or underlord, I guess you'd say. The main craft there is Stingray, which is piloted by Troy Tempest and phones, and they're ably assisted by the dumb but beautiful Aquamarina.
It became a jokey thing in the end, of course, with a woman that doesn't speak.
One of the girls in the control room was called Atlanta. Those two were both in love with Troy Tempest, lucky old Troy Tempest.
Commander Shore, Lieutenant, Atlanta. Meet Marina, the latest recruit to the World Aquanaut Security Patrol.
Marina. Well, what do you know?
Yeah, well, as I was saying, at least we know what we're up against.
Well, I certainly know what I'm up against.
I was very pleased to be part of the Stingray process because I understand that it was the first series to be done in England that was done entirely in color.
While we were in America, we saw colour for the first time, and it just knocked us out. And we said, we've got to do our next series in colour.
It had no shelf life if you made it in black and white. The whole world was going to turn to colour.
Kodak managed to produce a single strip of film which could be exposed like any other film, and when it was developed and printed, it came out in colour. And that meant suddenly that it was possible for us, who were making television pictures, to make them in colour.
But of course we had to talk to Lou Grade again. So we came back home, saw Lou Grade and said, Lou, you've got to do our next series in colour.
Being cautious, as I've always been, I sent Reg Hill to the American networks where they had been shooting colour.
Bones, watch what you're doing with that paint. Oh, sorry, Troy.
And when he come back, he's right. We'll have a little chat on stage, and we go, right, mate. Got to be flat. Everything's got to be lit flat. Flat, flat, flat. No shadows. Flat.
Can't use that colour. Right, repaint it. Can't use deep greens like that. Reds are out. It bleeds, you know. And so we had to tear all the sets apart and rebuild them.
That color looks great, Atlanta.
And everything had to be put back a month, I think, because everything had to be painted and colours had to be changed because the spectrum for black and white television was different.
So as a result, you got everybody coming along and saying, well, what do you do about colour? I mean, what about the background? What about the blue? Can you use white? Can you use black?
If you look at the first films we made in colour, they all have one thing in common. When you looked at the screen, it said, they are shooting in colour.
It was really quite a revolution, but it was nice to know that we'd started it in a way.
Right, stand by to repel attack.
Shots involving water were a staple of the effects unit. For surface shots, a special tank with an infinite horizon was constructed. However, filming underwater required a little more ingenuity.
So as you can see, the illusion of being underwater is done by holding the model on wires with a set built behind it, a fish tank in front, and little fish swimming around in the tank, and reflections in the water, which added to the realism. That's how we used to do it with a high-speed camera.
We were sitting in the boardroom one evening, wondering how to shoot underwater stuff, and Reg Hill said, I've got a brilliant idea. Look at that calendar, there's an aquarium on it. That's what we'll do, we'll shoot through an aquarium.
Shoot through the dock.
And this tank was manufactured on Slough Trading Estate, and it had really quite thick glass in it, and we started shooting on it. And when you put water in the tank, you could see the putty bulging out on the edges of the tank as the pressure of the water pushed the glass further towards the metalwork. And unbeknown to anybody, there was a welding spot of metal proud, and the glass over a period of about 3 days got closer and closer to this point. The whole thing shattered.
It's a perfect example of what I was saying earlier about learning tricks here in the small time and then using them again. Because at a big film studio, I did a whole underwater sequence, and we shot through a tank, and it looked so convincing, it was unbelievable. And I kept thinking, it was trying those ideas with Jerry all those years ago, and here I was on East Asia, Shepperton, doing the same thing.
And so, Your Majesty, with my great cunning, using all the experience I have gained working as a surface agent, I have discovered that Duke Dexter is coming to Marineville.
Excellent! Excellent! How did you find out?
Well, I read it in the newspaper.
Brilliant! So, Duke Dexter is coming to Marineville. Who is Duke Dexter?
One day there was a gentleman standing by my bench, and he was standing there in his suit, and he stood there for quite a long time, and I thought, well, obviously he's part of a visiting team, and he just suddenly said, "That's amazing what you're doing, the talent you've got," he said. How did you learn to do that?" So to make conversation, I said politely, "You know, you're visiting the studios." He said, "Oh, no, I work here." And I thought, work here? I've been here years and I've never seen this guy. And he said, "Well, I don't actually work in the studios, I just write the music."
With beauty and grace, fast as can be, watch you fly through the air. Captain Scarlet, he's the one who knows the Mr. On game and things they plan.
Your magic to me, a beautiful mystery. I'm certain to fall, I know, because you enthrall me so.
Oh, the music was fantastic.
Yeah, Barry Gray.
Ah, yes.
I mean, Barry Gray's music was the most identifiable constant through all the Supermarionation shows, I guess.
My God, the way his tunes were played all around the world.
Music was, to me, one of the crowning glories of every programme that was produced by Century 21.
You couldn't possibly say that they were all variations on the same kind of music. I mean, Barry was a musical genius.
It had a personality, his music. It was always a few notes that were totally memorable.
I don't think you'll find many other shows whose theme tunes have become so entwined culturally, like the Thunderbirds March.
Thunderbirds! Go!
I got the Thunderbirds theme when I was lying awake in bed about 7 o'clock one morning. I've always got music running through my mind. Whatever I'm doing, it seems to be a subconscious thing. If I need a theme or something, I call upon it and there it appears. I composed the Fireball theme in my mind when I was driving back from the film company home one evening, and this is how it goes.
Music was his absolute world.
My heart would be a fireball, 'cause you would be my Venus of the stars.
So tell me, Parker, when do we enter the story?
Well, it's funny you should mention that, m'lady. We're about to come on the scene, as it were. You see, it all began with a main disaster.
8 days and nights had passed since Lengeder mine flooded. For the 3 men trapped below, the critical moments were drawing very near. This was the testing time for perhaps the most intricate rescue operation in mining history.
The story was on every news bulletin for about 3 weeks.
The plan was to bring the men up one at a time, so maintaining the high air pressure, which held back.
Davon habe ich nur in Geschichtsbüchern gelesen. Und auch nur in Dokumentationen gehört. Und ja, das, was ihr da gerade lest, ist wirklich deutsch. Das war in Deutschland. Und das war schrecklich. Für alle. Und das hat auch den Ausschlag gegeben für viele Sicherheitskonzepte bei Gruben und Minen weltweit. Nicht unbedingt in der dritten Welt, die sind noch auf einem anderen Level unterwegs, noch unterirdischer, aber in den USA, in Europa, in Russland und so. Alle haben dann urplötzlich ihre Spezialisten gehabt, um dann schnell die Leute dort wieder rauszuholen, wenn es sowas gab. Hier gab es keine Spezialisten, hier musste sich jeder was einfallen lassen, das war und go, ne?
To water. All went well. Into the decompression chamber, the miners were transferred without mishap. For 3 hours, they were slowly adjusted to atmospheric pressure. Then, at last, they came out.
And of course, it was a very moving story. Many of the men died. The thing that did it for me was they've located the miners, they're trapped under there, and the only way we can get them out is to drill a big borehole. But the only machine capable of it is 8 hours away.
I was at my parents' home and they came in from the garden and were very excited and said, we've got this amazing, amazing idea and it's going to be a big hit.
And so we embarked on the most difficult and most costly series I've ever made.
Jeff Tracy is an ex-astronaut and entrepreneur who's a multi-millionaire.
Thunderbirds are go!
And together with his 5 sons, sets up a rescue organisation using craft developed by Brains, their chief scientist.
I decided that it made sense that the whole thing would be cloaked in secrecy. Hence, the base was set on an island in the Pacific.
And they basically go all over the world rescuing people in distress. These are scenarios that normal emergency services and rescue teams couldn't deal with.
Of course, the launching of the various machines, the pool that slid back, the palm trees which swung out to allow Thunderbird 2, which came out from a hangar inside a rock. Thunderbird 3 came up and went through a circular house. All of that added interest.
5 seconds. Throw down your gun, or the professor will be pushed in front of the express. 4, 3, 2. Here she comes.
But the most outstanding commercial success of all in television puppetry has been scored by Sylvia Anderson and her husband Jerry, creators of the many science fiction series first shown by ATV and now known throughout the world. The Andersons were in the big time on an international scale, and it was no accident that many of their characters spoke with American accents.
There are 2 reasons. The first one is financial, is because our programs sold to America and went on the American networks, and this was quite unique at this time.
If you put all the sales together and added up the figure, America would pay a much larger figure than the whole world put together.
We needed the American sale in order to make the sophisticated.
Der Witz daran ist, dass das in Deutschland gelaufen ist, das ist erst sehr viel später passiert. Ich bin 1978 geboren und habe das in meiner Kindheit gesehen. Das heißt, in den 80ern lief das im deutschen Fernsehen. Ich weiß nicht, ob das in den 70ern jemals im deutschen Fernsehen gelaufen ist. Da müsste das jetzt mal einer sagen, der schon älter ist wie ich, aber in den 80ern habe ich es gesehen. Also, ne, da habe ich Stingray gesehen, da habe ich Captain Scarlet das erste Mal gesehen, da habe ich die Thunderbirds gesehen. Und das ist dann, wenn man so darüber nachdenkt, wie lange das doch einen Einschlag hat. Und es gibt auch heute noch die Thunderbirds. Und es gibt heute noch Leute, die das gucken, die sehr viel jünger sind wie ich, die das im Fernsehen niemals gesehen haben, die das mal auf YouTube gesehen haben, irgendeinen Ausschnitt davon. oder auf Instagram irgendeinen Ausschnitt gesehen haben und sich dann gedacht haben, hey, das gucken wir uns mal an. Es sind einfache Storys. Habt ihr ja vorhin gesehen im ersten Teil von dem Abend. Das sind einfache Storys und trotzdem ist das super geil zu gucken. Und das ist wahnsinnig schön. Die haben auch eine neue Auflage der Serie gemacht und die war auch gut. Ich glaube, die hat es auf 3 Staffeln gebracht. Hey, absolut top die Serie. Kann ich nur empfehlen. Ist das Beste, was es gibt für mich im Science-Fiction-Bereich. Mit das Beste, besser gesagt. Und die haben mit den Thunderbirds und mit allen Serien, die sie so geschaffen haben, haben die was gemacht, was wirklich großartig war zur damaligen Zeit. Und auch einmalig. Also niemand anders hat es so gemacht im Science-Fiction-Bereich. Ja, es gibt noch die Muppets, aber die waren ja nicht im Science-Fiction-Bereich unterwegs. Das war ja mehr so unterhaltungsmäßig. Und das war ja auch in Ordnung. Und das schlägt ja in dieselbe Kerbe im Prinzip. Das war ja auch nur mit Puppen. Und das hat auch funktioniert. Zwar auf einer anderen Ebene, mit anderen Zuschauern, wo man dann differenzieren muss, wer guckt was die Deutschen niemals richtig verstanden haben, zum Beispiel. Wenn man da jetzt mal geht in Richtung Anime, Captain Future ist ein Anime. Und die Deutschen haben aber gedacht, hey, das ist Zeichentrick, das können sich Kinder angucken. Guckt euch mal die ungeschnittene Version aus Frankreich an von Captain Future, der Serie. Das ist nichts für Kinder. Beim besten Willen nicht. Nicht mal ansatzweise. Und das ist in meinen Augen in Deutschland immer ein kleiner Fehler gewesen, dass man zu naiv daran gegangen ist. Also gibt da schöne, nette Beispiele. RTL hat mal an einem Muttertag den Film Die Mutter gebracht. Den hatte keiner sich vorher angeguckt. Und der lief nachmittags oder mittags sogar. Und es war ein Softporno. Allein das zeigt, wie naiv wir Deutschen mit manchen Filmen umgehen und denken, hey, das ist gezeichnet, das können sich Kinder angucken. Nee, verdammt, können sie nicht. Und das hier war aber Prinzip, es konnten sich Kinder angucken. Ist nichts Schlimmes passiert. Ne? Es wurde ja immer der Tag gerettet. Und das war gut. Und das war richtig gut. Hier hattest du das erste Mal Zeichentrick für Erwachsene und für Kinder. Das heißt Zeichentrick, Science Fiction für Erwachsene und Kinder. Uns haben sich wirklich alle angeguckt.
Sophisticated programs in the puppetry world that I believe we made, particularly in science fiction.
As soon as Supercar happened, it was science fiction, and that was associated with America at that time.
This American woman would not have it. Why aren't these puppets in America? And they were saying, well, they're not American, they're English. And they said, this is one of the puppeteers. Yeah. She would not believe we made it in England. No, it's American.
In the early 60s, the British boffin was not.
Wenn man so darüber nachdenkt, wie naiv die Amerikaner damals schon waren. Und das klappt heute noch. Wenn du denen sagst, dass nimm irgendwas Deutsches, was da drüben als Kette existiert, und sagst denen, dass das eine deutsche Kette ist, Adidas und Puma, und so, ne? Einige wissen nicht, dass das aus Deutschland kommt. Das funktioniert auch mit allen anderen. BMW zum Beispiel. Die haben keine Ahnung, die meisten haben keine Ahnung, dass das Deutsch ist. Und das ist teilweise schon wirklich lächerlich. Das geht auch bis ins Lächerliche. Aber so ist halt die Welt, ne? Bei uns funktioniert das wahrscheinlich auch bei einigen so. Die hören, hey, McDonald's, ne? Ja, könnte ja britisch sein vom Namen her. Nee, amerikanisch, vergessen wir es. Ne, also man kann sich jetzt über die Amis lustig machen darüber, dass sie nicht glauben wollten, dass das britisch ist. Oder aber man lässt es einfach sein und ich bin mehr der Meinung, lassen wir es sein. Lassen wir sie ihm glauben, wo sie waren.
Not a terribly glamorous character. Not the way he is today. You have the British lawyer, the British doctor. Rather stuffy. I don't really think the stuff that TV puppet heroes are made of.
You called, milady?
Yes, Parker. Get the Rolls-Royce. We're going for a little drive.
Having had a whole bunch of American characters, I thought we ought to have at least 2 English characters.
And then I thought the 2 things that the Americans would understand would be the Cockney character or the posh lady with the twin-set and pearls. Well, why not put them both together?
We're closing in on him, milady.
Good, Parker. Wait till we get to a clear stretch of road. We don't want to create a scene. Go ahead, Parker.
Yes, milady. Parker was born in a pub restaurant in Cookham.
They had a nice English little restaurant there, and they had a wine waiter.
This head waiter, he was obviously retired, but he'd formerly worked in the royal household.
And he'd stop at the table and he'd say to me, things I could tell you about the old Prince of Wales. And then he'd go off.
He was a snob who dropped his H's and then put them back in the wrong place.
He came over and he said, would you like to see the windows, sir? And I looked at Jerry and Jerry looked at me.
Parker was a smash hit overnight, and then, of course, we said, now what are we going to do about Arthur? Were you going to tell him? It was obviously, he was a man who was a Cockney, but had pulled himself up by his shoelaces. And would he be proud or would he be offended? We decided he would be offended. We didn't tell him, and he went to his grave never knowing.
Sylvia, the real-life Lady Penelope, is directly responsible for the characterisation and costumes.
How do you decide on the characteristics of your cast?
Well, this starts initially in the script stage. My husband, Jerry, and myself write the original script, so that when we actually put pen to paper, we have a mental image of the character as it should be. And I think we develop it from there.
Do you sort of see characteristics in people you know, magazines and this sort of thing?
Yes, all the time, all the time. I think, in actual fact, what we do is we take a composite face. In other words, we take the eyes of someone, nose from someone else, and so on, so we can then produce the perfect face.
We'd got Parker all right, because Parker was caricature. But with Penelope, it was more like a real person.
I modelled what I thought Lady Penelope would look like from what I had of the script, and Sylvia was very interested in that character.
We couldn't get it right. I looked at her, I don't know, that's not working. So she said, look, shall I take it home for the weekend? You get to a point where you don't know where you're going with it. So she took it home at the weekend and came back on Monday. And she brought it in to me. This is in plasticine and everything. She painted it. And I said, as she walked in, I said, yeah, that's it. They've got it absolutely right.
It seemed to somehow get more and more like Sylvia herself.
And down to the blonde wig.
Yes.
We had a team of writers by then, but they didn't understand how to write for someone like Lady Penelope. So I had a really hard job, and it made me realise for the first time that there was going to be quite a task to get her into the mix of what we already had.
It was unusual in that particular type of action show for a lady like that to take a leading role, but she caught on.
She was the Emma Peel of Thunderbirds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They leave me no choice. We're up against men who will stop at nothing.
She was the star of the show, really.
I could write the characters, the women characters, but keep them up to date. And I think I managed to reflect, really, what was happening at that time.
Lady Penelope, I've seen some of your exploits in Thunderbirds, and I must say you play it very cool. And what a fabulous wardrobe, just everybody's talking about it.
Really? Do go on.
I've heard that you have a different outfit for every occasion.
What utter nonsense. Quite untrue.
But, Lady Penelope, I mean, I thought you were wearing,
Are you still on about clothes? Really? As a secret agent, I've got far more important things to think about.
Well, I think this is where I make a quiet exit and leave Lady Penelope to another exciting episode of Thunderbirds.
Oh ja, meine Lieblingsepisode. Müsste die erste gewesen sein. Das war auch die erste, die ich jemals gesehen habe.
Power flash from Thunderbird 2. Cut engines.
So, let's have a look at some of the techniques employed to make these impressive craft fly. Derek Meddings and his team experimented with a rolling sky system. This involved a painted loop of canvas wrapped around a pair of rollers. Driven by a motor, the background would revolve, thereby making the model hung in front of it look like it was flying. However, when it came to the first episode of Thunderbirds, Derek had his work cut out for him. With very limited studio space, he had to devise a method that would allow the fire flash to come down a runway. The answer he devised was ingenious.
To enable us to get forced perspective on tracking shots with models and sky and road, we used to use a rolling road running at one speed with the sky moving at a slightly slower speed and models suspended over the top of the road. So cue the road and cue the sky, boys.
Derek, how do you evolve the futuristic design?
Nur mal so nebenbei. Das mit diesem rollenden Hintergrund zum Beispiel für den Himmel oder das mit der Straße da gerade oder der Runway. So ähnlich wurde das auch in alten Filmen gemacht, wenn die Autofahrten hatten. Es gibt die deutsche Verfilmung von Pater Brown mit, oh Gott, wie hieß er noch? Heinz Rühmann. Da sieht man, wie er in einer Folge in London mit einem Jeep fährt. In Wirklichkeit hat er das Studio nie verlassen, sondern man spielte auf einer Leinwand den Straßenverkehr ab und er musste sich dann einfach nur so ein bisschen bewegen da drin, so als wenn er wirklich am Fahren wäre. Da haben Leute an dem Auto gerüttelt und. Er musste am Lenkrad kurbeln und. Und das ist im Prinzip dieselbe Technik hier, nur dass die das halt ein bisschen anders machen mussten. Die konnten das nicht einfach abspielen auf einer Leinwand oder so. Nein, die haben dann wirklich den Hintergrund zum Leben gebracht, indem sie ihn bewegt haben. Aber es ist im Grunde genommen dieselbe Technik. Die eine ist mechanisch, die andere ist halt nicht mechanisch. Da wird halt nur ein Bild projiziert. Aber es ist genau dasselbe Prinzip. Und so funktioniert Film und Magie im Film.
Designs of your models?
Well, usually I just start doodling on a pad and whatever happens, that's usually what we get in the time. Sometimes we have to dress them up a bit.
What limits do you put on probability?
Well, there aren't any limits as far as we're concerned. We try anything.
If you ask me, would I name one person that was a genius, in the true sense, it was Derek Meddings.
Pretty handy with his fireworks, wasn't he? We were never short of fireworks on fireworks.
Loved petrol jelly.
Without his effects, I don't think the programmes that were made would have been half as popular as they were.
Anything you put in front of Derek he could do, or he'd get round it, or he'd find somebody who did know how to get round it.
As much as we could, we were bringing big film techniques to the little screen.
The kind of special effects that he was doing weren't being done on a television scale. You know, what did you have? You had Doctor Who, but they were like held together with string. Any special effects they did, they weren't clever and they weren't classy.
Backstage, there's a vast empire of scenic design and model making. Everything is custom designed and built to scale. Houses, spaceports, Thunderbird craft, vehicles down to guns and watches. After use, they're either stored for the future or scavenged for new creations. All the models are identically reproduced in various scales to suit the scene, and a perfect continuity must be maintained. It's a model maker's paradise, spoiled only by the dirtying down process needed to give realism.
The secret of all our models was they were dirted down, like aeroplanes are, with streaks of grease and exhaust burns and cracked glasses on spotlights and so on.
I think if you look at some of the opening shots of Thunderbirds, where we...
Das, was Sie da gerade gezeigt haben mit dem Bau von den Kulissen sozusagen, muss man so zu sagen. Das ist im Prinzip dasselbe, was auch in großen Filmen passiert. Da werden auch Kulissen aufgebaut. Im Filmstudio Babelsberg kann man das ganz gut sehen. Ich bin noch nicht da gewesen, habe aber eine Doku darüber gesehen, dass dort auch einige Sachen einfach nur Fassade sind. Also du gehst um das Ding drumherum, um das Gebäude, und da ist nichts. Da ist nur die vordere Front und das war's. Und es sieht trotzdem aus wie ein ganzes Gebäude. Und das ist fantastisch. Also manchmal kommt es nur auf die Optik drauf an. Und die haben das hier wirklich auf die Spitze getrieben mit ihren Modellen, die hatten. Und dann noch mit den Spezialeffekten bei den Explosionen und so. Das ist, haben sie ja auch gesagt, das ist dasselbe, was im Groß gemacht wurde, nur hier halt in mini-winzig. Und ich glaube, dass es in klein noch schwieriger ist. Weil wenn du eine Explosion hast, du hast eine Druckwelle, du hast Hitze, du hast alles mit dabei. Aber du musst halt vorsichtiger sein, weil alles in dem Modell kann ja brennen. Und du willst nur das, was Bestimmtes abbrennt. Also ich kann mir schon vorstellen, dass das wahnsinnig schwierig war zu berechnen teilweise.
You zoom back from, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The numbers are only about 2 or 3 centimetres high on those models, and yet the panelling work around those numbers has to show as realistic, not just a piece of plastic or wood.
And it was all that level of detail. And the lettering, the little no-step warning signs and things of that nature, which did add a sort of a whole veneer of complexity and reality to our models, which I think was missing from a lot of, at that time, even mainstream film models.
I used to go to the toy shops and buy all these plastic kits, and they would buy them not to make up an aeroplane, but to use all the pieces.
You could go down to Woolworths and you'd come out with a lot of plastic boxes, beach balls, salt and pepper sets, anything really that we thought might be useful. And you would use these as the basis of your model, and then you would detail on top of those shapes and try and disguise them so that people didn't sit and look at it and go, oh yes, there's a beach ball. It didn't always work. Sometimes we got it wrong. There is one thing that haunts me, and that's a lemon squeezer which was stuck on the wall at the back of Thunderbird 1's set.
In special effects, fire and water are known as two of the most difficult elements to work with, as they cannot be scaled down convincingly. However, high-speed photography provided the solution. Conventional film is exposed at a rate of 24 frames per second. By shooting the same action across a higher number of frames and then playing the footage back at the standard 24 frames per second, any motion is slowed down.
Flying shots tend to bump aircraft, rockets and so on. The higher speed you film it, so you slow down the action so it moves very, very nicely and prettily.
Small water ripples became crashing waves. Modest fires became raging infernos, and futuristic craft appeared to gain mass and weight, which belied their small scale.
You can see here, this is a shop which uses a combination of plastic kits to look like an oil refinery, and we would have buried in amongst all this stuff little explosive charges and slightly bigger explosive charges and even bigger explosive charges to make the whole refinery blow up, which would be done with a series of hits one after the other, camera running at high speed, and focus from as close to the camera lens as we could get to the backing to make it all look like reality. So if you're ready, boys, we can blow it up.
Sagen, das müsste Magnesium drin gewesen. Wow.
International rescue from Thunderbird 1.
International rescue? Lady Penelope speaking.
Oh, hi there, Penelope. I'm just radioing in to let you know that I'm heading back in Thunderbird 1. I should be with you in 29 1/4 minutes.
Cool. Anything could happen in the next half hour.
It was made at first as a half an hour. I took it to show Lou Grade. Then title music lights came up and he was silent for a moment. And my heart was thumping because I'd spent a fortune on this thing.
5.
And he walked all the way down the theatre to the screen.
4.
Jerry, this is not a television series.
3.
I was absolutely distraught.
2.
Jerry, I'm telling you, this is not a television series.
1.
He then said, Jerry, this is a feature film.
Thunderbirds are go.
Now, the thing is that he then said, you'll have to make them 1 hour. I said, but we shot 9 pictures as a half hour. He said, I don't care, you'll have to make them as 1 hour.
A brand new television series is about to be filmed. The completed puppets, perfect down to the smallest detail, are handed to the expert puppeteers who will bring them to life on the screen. As in any film studio, many different skills are needed. A team of nearly 100 technicians, cameramen and artists are kept busy producing a different 60-minute film every week. And now all is ready. The director has a final check and the cameras roll.
When I first arrived, they were making Thunderbirds, and it was bigger and better, more money, just the whole thing had moved on.
So many people that worked for us were new to the film industry.
I had no idea about the concept of actually making a film and how you put it together, but I learnt it very quickly. And that was what's so wonderful about working for Jerry and Sylvia at that time, was that it was like going back to school.
And the children outside that used to collect outside the doors, any minute it opened, there were all these faces all sort of staring to get in, and anything that was put outside to cool off would disappear. They'd all take stuff away, you know, and it was just fun. And everybody was friendly and happy there.
It was very, very busy. It was a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere. It really was.
In the swinging 60s, anything is possible.
It was the beginning of the swinging 60s, and we were a terrible part of it.
We were in the hub of it, and we were the stars of the children's programmes.
The Beatles were #1 in every country in the world. England just beaten Germany in the World Cup final at Wembley.
Anyone who was involved in it was very proud, certainly us newcomers.
It was just fantastic.
Humour was the thing that kept us going. When we were dead tired, no money, and everything was going wrong, we started then, we'd either have a party or we'd just collapse with laughter.
They had at least one marvellous party that is memorable at their home.
There was talk of going in swimming, and somebody said, well, nobody's got any costume. And Des said, I remember him, he stood up, he said, well, I've had enough of this. He'd shot into the little chalet bungalow they had there by the side of the pool, strides out stark naked and just jumps into the pool.
Everybody screamed and laughed, and then a little voice spoke up, a little lady's voice, and she said, well, what's all the fuss about? I didn't think that was very much, did you?
You were trying to cover everything up, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, well.
I was proud of it.
Oh.
The brakes are applied, but the wheels catch fire. They're out of control. Will the plane crash too? We can't tell you, but when Thunderbird reaches the world's TV screens, just ask any child.
Thunderbirds came on and everybody watched Thunderbirds.
The success of the series was like a lift-off of one of Jerry's rockets on a ramp, and it just went up and up and up and up, culminating in Thunderbirds.
At what point did you become aware that you were part of something really, really big?
Well, I don't think any of us did, because we just went from one series to another, and it always got better. And then when we'd finished, well, we don't want any of those puppets anymore because we've got new puppets coming along, so everything got discarded.
Yeah.
And nobody realised we were making history.
I think I realised they were successful when I saw them on television myself. I actually saw them on television, receiving awards.
Mr. Reg Hill, Associate Producer, will receive the award for the ITV Children's Programme of the Year, Thunderbirds.
They used to come flooding in the letters. I just really thought all kids were stupid because they wrote to Lady Penelope, and I knew she wasn't real.
We had a letter from the National Physics Laboratory. They said Thunderbird 2 is aeronautically impossible. We had that level of correspondence from fans.
Schön an Science Fiction, da muss nichts passen.
What is the series that has made such an enormous impact on millions of viewers of all ages?
Thunderbirds. Was auch sonst.
Now, go, go, go! Thunderbirds are go! Now on the big screen, in Technicolor and Techniscope.
Thunderbirds Are Go was probably just an enormous amount more problems. Everything had to be that much better.
We were going on a big screen. We're blowing up here. The sets had to be immaculate. The props had to be that little bit better. These are puppets, but they're going to be 30 foot tall by the time they get into a cinema. Attention to detail quadrupled, really.
Biggest problem of all was, well, we don't want any strings to be seen. Well, I said, but you know, you're going to be putting this on a 70-foot sheet. How can we avoid the strings? He said, well, I don't want to see any. That's why some of the compositions are a bit tight on the head.
Sometimes I feel you are cheating me. Then you kiss me and my mind is free. But then I think I should let you know that I got friends. So baby, listen to me.
It was very well made, and I thought it was a great picture, and so did everybody else.
It was a really exciting time. I mean, you have to remember, we'd all come up from Supercar and our own private showing down at Ipswich Road, but now we were at Leicester Square. We'd hit the big time, boys.
It was just absolutely magic, really and truly.
I was with an executive from the American company that had co-produced it with Lou, and he was swirling his scotch around in a glass and thinking, and he said, you know, Jerry, I can't make up my mind whether this is going to take as much money as Bond or more.
It was a glamorous time for such a small company.
Why, it was such a glittering affair, wasn't it, Parker?
I don't remember much about it, my lady. If you recall, I was left to serve the drinks.
And the film was an amazing success, wasn't it, Parker?
Mind the gap, my lady, when you step into the car.
Thank you, Parker. We don't want to fall back to Earth, do we? Mind the gap, Alan. Mind the gap, Alan. Mind the gap.
When the show was over and we left the theatre, the manager, I said, well, good night, sleep well. And he said, you're joking. He said, I'll be up all night. He said, they'll be queuing up 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to see this. Well, they didn't queue up. In fact, the theatres were empty.
I don't think it got a very good reception at all. I think the reviews were stilted. They weren't kind, as critics aren't. And obviously, it hurt.
And the only thing that we could think was at that time, the audience was not used to seeing a feature film version of a television show. So people would look and see Thunderbirds, and they say, well, we've seen it on television. The following day, Sylvia and I went on tour to promote the film. It was just a terrible time because our marriage was breaking up.
I mean, the movies, I don't know, I should say, but they never worked as well as they did on the small screen.
At the time, we thought we were doing a good job and we thought it was great. But I think, on reflection, I think it's difficult to move that type of show onto the big screen.
When we were recording Thunderbirds Are Go, Denham Studios, news came down that Thunderbirds, the television show series, was being cancelled.
I went to see Lou, and I thought he was going to say, let's go on with Thunderbirds, but he said, I want a new show.
I think Lou Grade ran into a problem with distribution.
And I appealed, and he said, Jerry, it's easier for me to sell a new show than more Thunderbirds.
I mean, it was doing very well. It was running around the world almost.
America didn't want it anymore, so therefore Lou Grade wasn't brave enough, I think, to realize that he could still keep doing it in England and the rest of the world would follow, but he didn't.
Yes, we missed an opportunity there.
Es ist halt so.
This is the voice of the Mysterons. One of you will be under our control.
Parker, what are you doing?
Beg pardon, m'lady, but we've now arrived at the series which followed in our wake. Not so friendly for the little nippers, is it?
Captain Scarlet was a much colder, a much darker series.
Yeah. With Captain Scarlet, we were moving away from more of the family thing.
Captain Scarlet follows the Spectrum organisation led by Colonel White. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the series, they have a mission to Mars where they're met by the Mysterons. The Mysterons look to monitor what's going on. Unfortunately, the visitors take it as a potential attack and they attack first. And this initiates a war between the Mysterons and Earth, and it's Spectrum's job to defend it. The main character in that obviously is Captain Scarlet, who, by a strange twist of fate, is made indestructible when he's at first Mysteronized by the Mysterons, and then somehow through an accident regains control of his faculties and helps Spectrum lead the fight against them.
If only we were fighting something we understood, something tangible, something in 3 dimensions.
I know what you mean. We can only hear them over our radios, but I've got a feeling they're with us all the time.
Aren't there 3 different sets of heads there showing the progress?
Yes, that's right. There's Mike Mercury from Supercar, Brains from Thunderbirds, and that looks like, I think his name was Captain Green.
It's Lieutenant Green, isn't it?
Lieutenant Green. This shows the contrast between the Thunderbird puppet, which is Gordon here, and Captain Scarlet. Gordon is more of a caricature, you would say, I suppose, whereas Captain Scarlet reckons to be in human proportions.
So he's got a tiny head for a puppet.
I actually remember everybody was quite excited about the fact that the puppets were much more human scale. Everyone except the puppeteers, who hated them. They absolutely hated the smaller heads and the fact that nothing was controllable, and, you know, the heads would suddenly go bloop, bloop, bloop.
They looked more real, and therefore you were restricted even more, because if they did something silly like a puppet might do, it was totally unacceptable.
My point that I always made to Jerry was that the puppets were puppets. Don't try and pretend they're real people. He was always trying to get away, trying to get to reality.
Dad always said that he thought the puppets were little bastards, and he absolutely hated working with them.
The great strength of puppets is that you can have unbelievably outrageous caricatures, and you can do lots of things with them that you can't do with actors. But he never realised that.
But if he didn't hate them and if he wasn't embarrassed by them, then he wouldn't have gone for the level of quality and intricacy that he did end up with. So, despite hating them, I think his hatred of them served him quite well.
Captain Brown? Captain Brown, are you all right?
When special effects and the puppets had to come together, the puppet was borrowed from the puppeteers and taken to the special effects stage.
There was huge rivalry between the puppeteers and the effects stages.
Yes, we were always a bit worried when the puppets were borrowed, sorry, that they wouldn't come back as they went away.
There was obviously not rivalry, it was, oh, don't blow another one up, please, Derek, don't do it. You know, don't do this to us. You don't know how long it takes. And he'd shrug his shoulders and laugh about it.
Special effects were special effects. Dirty, grubby, foul-mouthed, lots of noise. Quite enjoyable.
There was a good banter between, you know, all the units.
We had a meeting once where we were told not to be rude about the puppeteers.
It would seem that this Captain Scarlet is now indestructible. This presents us with the clear and exciting expectation that he will become our greatest asset in the fight against the Mysterons.
I remember seeing the first episode in the Russians Theatre, and Mike Trim came out and said, "What do you think of it?" I was a young, green 19-year-old kid. I thought, well, after Thunderbirds, it was so different. Was it really going to be as big? And I think we all knew deep down, although we all loved what we were doing, nothing would ever emulate the magic that Thunderbirds had.
I'm very delighted to have the opportunity to introduce the next film, Thunderbird 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, International Rescue's latest top secret, Thunderbird 6.
Back to my days in the cutting room, along came magnetic recording. You'd hold a strip of film and you can't see anything on it. But in fact, if you run it through a sensing head, it produced dialogue or whatever it was that been recording on it. And I just stared in wonderment because there was a recording on it that I couldn't see, but it was apparently possible to wipe that recording and then record something else on the same piece of film. That was what led me to think, well, our brains work on electrical impulses. But of course, this was very, very exciting.
Professor McLean's been developing this machine, which is called the Big Rat, which essentially transfers thought patterns from one person to another. He's approached by a sort of Secret Service type government agency who would like to use the machine and his 9-year-old son to spy on other organisations and prevent terrorist activity.
The Big Rat was an amazing piece of hardware. I mean, when you see at the beginning of the titles that fantastic, all the tapes whirling and the lights flickering and Joe going into the cage and it all going crazy, it is cool. It is really cool.
This boy, we could put him in a machine and he could take the brain of a surgeon, he could be a mathematician, he could be anything, this kid.
What kid doesn't want to be a jet pilot? What kid doesn't want to be a secret agent? What kid doesn't want to be king for a day? To me, it is this wonderful sense of a child being able to one-up adults, which is a dream that every child has when you're being controlled by your parents or you're controlled by your teachers. So Joe is this wonderful vehicle for going places that no kid can ever go.
They can't really stop me now, Sam. They may try ground-to-air missiles. And that's just what they're doing, Sam. They're throwing everything they've got at me. I can't chance it. I'm going in to attack the base.
Okay, Joe. You're the expert.
I mean, it's a horrifying concept by today's standards. You know, it's like you take this little 9-year-old kid and you put all of these brain waves of other people into his head and he then goes off and kills people.
Over here, Coletti.
It never occurred to us that we were brainwashing a young kid because it was for the good of mankind.
Can I do it, Dad? Can I work with Uncle Sam?
Oh, I suppose so, if you're sure you want to. But don't come crying to me if you get hurt.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Uncle Sam. Mr. Weston, can I ask you a question?
Why, sure, Joe. What is it?
When do I get my badge?
Right now, Joe 90. Right now.
Action on the door. And dialogue.
I am not interested in the excuses for your failure.
For hundreds of years, puppeteers have had the same problem. All they can see are the strings and the tops of the puppet's head. But by using this system, they can, for the first time, see exactly what an audience can see. And it's leading to greater subtlety in the puppet movements they create.
Jerry had this idea of getting a video camera and sticking it through the eyepiece of the Ariflex.
So the camera operator was working it from a monitor.
It was much better for us puppeteers because we could look at the screen right in front of us there.
Yeah.
And see exactly what the puppet was doing without looking down on the top of its head all the time.
Because they are behind the puppets while the camera is in front, they have a mirror image on their television screens so that when they move the puppet to the left, the picture moves to the left too. This puppet studio has been experimenting for years with various electronic video systems attached to conventional film cameras.
They turned them off for lunchtime once, came back for lunch, switched it all on again. It was completely haywire. Pictures were unviewable. Pictures were rolling over like this, or there were squiggles this way and that way, and everybody was fiddling with connectors and shaking the wire all the way down, you know. And then eventually they'd make a phone call and then some man with a screwdriver would come down. We were always waiting the whole time. There was so much time was lost. It was incredible that, give Jerry his due, he stuck at it, he stuck with the theory, and it was great.
The television picture can also be recorded on videotape. This means that if the director or the cameraman want to check something that's already been filmed, they can play it back immediately. Before, if there was any doubt in their minds, they'd automatically have shot the scene again just to be sure.
You have to hand the credit to Jerry Anderson for persevering with the video assist because it's now the norm.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
This is a sight our screens have made familiar.
Liftoff.
But now, in this split second of time, you can share an adventure unlikely to be repeated in our lifetime.
And so, m'lady, we're drawing towards the end of our story. The next show was to be the end of the line for Supermarionation.
Why was that, Parker?
All that reword speed of your pencil load must deceive my eyebold.
I beg your pardon.
Pardlo, Mr. Andybold will explain it.
In the Secret Service, Father Stanley Unwin, played by Stanley Unwin, lives with Mrs. Appleby, his housekeeper, and Matthew the gardener. Of course, Father Stanley Unwin is actually a Secret Service agent working for British Intelligence Service Headquarters Operation Priest, with the lovely acronym Bishop. He has a miniaturization device built into a Bible, obviously, and he goes around foiling, again, terrorist plots and saving the world and saving secret plans from those who really shouldn't have them.
Matthew, I'm afraid I may be slightly delayed.
If he ever got into a difficult spot, say the police stop him,
Did you realise, sir, that you were exceeding the speed limit?
I'm afraid I didn't, officer.
he would talk to them in his Unwinese.
Righty scribbly in your bookery. All literary words, speed of your pencil load must deceive my eyebold.
And of course that would fox the police totally. They had to be polite. They'd say, sorry, I didn't quite get that because they're writing it down.
I didn't quite catch that, sir.
Ah, Partlow, I'll explain to you. Now, Matthew, my gardener, is deep joy with green fingers in the garbage, you understand?
I see.
And in that way, the police would sort of say, yes, I quite understand, sir. Sorry to trouble you. Off you go.
All of us at the time, even at the beginning, said, what?
Again, it was the problem that we couldn't make the puppets walk, and I came up with the idea of getting Stanley Unwin to do all the walking shots and driving shots in the same way that I used hands to enable puppets to pick things up. I used Stanley Unwin, married to his own puppet, to enable him to do all the things that the puppet couldn't do.
You were dealing with both live action and you were dealing with puppets. And from my own point of view, I didn't feel that you could get away with it because they were so different.
I think Joe 90 turned out very well, but I think the team themselves were beginning to get a little tired.
And I think there was quite an air of almost depression in the effects studio.
Sometimes I wonder if it was us at the top there, losing our grip. Or
man muss es nicht unbedingt erwähnen, aber die Nummer mit dem Priester ist nicht unbedingt der große Gurf gewesen. Das war mehr so ein, ja, war schön, dass es da war schön, dass du die Idee hattest, aber jetzt mach wieder was Vernünftiges. Und Gary Anderson hat noch mehr gemacht, wie mit Puppen zu spielen, auf gut Deutsch gesagt.
Or things not going well with us that reflected.
Jerry Anderson, when I first met him, I was very taken. He was another person who was very passionate about the film industry and making films.
Richtig.
And sadly, after a few TV series, and he took an office suite at Pinewood, there was a separation. And we found ourselves very much the poor relatives over on the Slough trading estate.
A company reaches its peak in their moment in time, and I think our peak was Thunderbirds.
I didn't think about it at the time, but looking back now, I'm thinking,
Thunderbirds or
I wonder if it's because we ourselves were getting a bit divided.
Well, I showed Lou all the films I made as soon as they were finished. And as soon as Stanley Unwin went into his gobbledygook,
Henry Bold,
Lou jumped up, shouted to the projectionist, cut, 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 stop, stop, put the lights up. And he said, cancel the show, Jerry. Just finish off the first 13. And I said, why? He said, well, people will never understand him in America. And I said, but Lou, that's the whole point. They're not supposed to understand. Never. And that was the end of that one.
The puppet era was definitely coming to an end.
I think we'd already seen the writing on the wall. Lou Grade had a more difficult job on with ATV and all the rest of it. So it's all beginning.
Die Puppenära nahm ihr Ende, ja, das stimmt. Aber meines Erachtens nach hätte man das weitermachen können, wenn man nicht unbedingt den amerikanischen Markt gewollt hätte. So nach dem Motto, wenn das auf dem amerikanischen Markt nicht klappt, dann können wir es ganz vergessen. Man hätte hier eine Nummer kleiner denken sollen und nicht noch eine Nummer größer denken sollen. Das war hier, glaube ich, mehr der große Fehler. Wenn man hier kleiner gedacht hätte, dann hätten die noch lange durchhalten können mit Thunderbirds, mit Captain Scarlet und mit allen anderen. Also die hätten da wirklich viel Spaß noch gehabt. Aber naja, man war halt so, man wollte die Kohle haben, ist auch heute noch so. Die Menschen sind halt gierig, sie wollen das Geld. Und das war ja auch ausschlaggebend, würde ich sagen. Aber, wie gesagt, es ist nicht alles, was er gemacht hat.
To fade a bit.
It was a big blow when Jerry said we're closing down and we're just selling everything.
It seemed to me as if things were sort of winding down a bit because the main crew had gone off to make the live-action film, which was obviously much more exciting to Jerry because it was live-action instead of puppets, which he never really wanted to do.
Quite a few of us got together. We tried to talk the powers that be into it, that, OK, you go off and do the live-action series, and we can make this work. We can still make this a success. There's no reason to give it up. We really tried hard to keep it going.
I don't know whether I was relieved, pleased, or disappointed. I can't remember. You know, I think I was all three. Because it was 12 years. It was 12 years of pure enjoyment, really. You have great moments in time, and I think it was time to close the shop.
What an extraordinary story, Parker.
Quite, m'lady.
And such a shame that it should all come to an abrupt end. But tell me, Parker, what happened when the studios closed?
A company had been called in to demolish everything within the studios. And we had guys with sledgehammers just coming in and dragging all the sets out into the field at the back of the studio and smashing them up and putting them into skips. The fact that everything we'd been doing for the past so many years was being destroyed in front of our eyes, I mean, certainly brought tears to my eyes. And the shock of it happening, and the shock that you walked away from the studio on that final day with a pile of skips behind you, which was your last 4 years' work, crushed into rubble, was a pretty hard thing to swallow. And it left quite a mark on me.
I suppose one of my great regrets was when Century 21 finally folded. You looked around the place and you saw this wealth of talent that had been assembled slowly over the years, and then suddenly here was this whole thing being broken up, and it seemed a very sad time to me.
It's really good to see, you know, this very, very nice recreation of what it used to be like, and to have brought back all these memories and to get us all here together as well, and to remember lots of people that we've loved and had fun with, and some of them who've passed on, and it's just really, really nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great meeting.
Very good.
I was lucky enough to work on the most successful set of TV series for children. And they're still watching now.
Richtig.
50 years on.
Richtig.
They're still good. Entertaining. Yeah, it was fun.
I still am so proud of being part of Thunderbirds.
I am extremely flattered that I am, in a small way, associated with someone who I think was a creative genius.
At the time, we didn't realise we were going to be such an important part of film history, and it's really surprising that we are.
It was the best time of my life in the film business, really. The very best. It was just pure joy to be with so many really great people, just who had a zest for life.
They were real pioneering days, and they were a lot of fun, in fact.
It was tough. I nearly had a nervous breakdown in the middle of it. But, you know, I'd do it all again, for sure.
Would I do it all again? I should have to think very seriously about that one.
Well, I think up here, yes. Down here, no.
Thought it'd be the opposite way around.
And I was suddenly introduced to this mad lot of people who let me have a wonderful time playing with puppets. And at the end of the week, they pay you money as well.
I personally like you. I owe him huge amounts.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Huge amounts.
We do.
We really
Well,
do. Thank you, thank you,
Thank you,
Jerry.
darling.
Thank you, Jerry.
Could I say something to you, Parker? In your Luggle, I'm very grateful to you for all the inspiration you've given me and all the success I've been able to have in the voice field. It's all down to you, Cock. Goodbye.
But I'm sure sorry you'll have to leave, Penelope.
Well, it seems all good things must come to an end.
Oh, milady?
Home, Parker. And Parker.
Yes, milady?
Well done.
I wish I was a spaceman, the fastest guy alive. I'd fly you around the...
Das Schöne daran ist, das haben Sie ja vorhin auch schon gesagt, es wird immer noch geschaut, Thunderbirds. Das hier ist eine der Serien, die gekommen sind von Jerry und Gary Anderson. UFO. 1970. Und ich suche gerade sein. Da ist ein Wikipedia, den habe ich gesucht. Weil das hier ist alles, was er gemacht hat im Prinzip. Also. Supercar, Fireball, Stingray kennen wir alles. Feuervögel startbereit, Captain Scarlet und die Rache der Mysterons, Thunderbird 6, Joe 90, Unfall im Weltraum, Secret Service, UFO, Kein Pardon für Schutzengel, Mondbasis Alpha 1, ist auch von Gary Anderson. Einfach mal drüber nachdenken. UFO war eine Realserie. Terrorhawks war wieder was anderes. Dick Spanner PI. Und das hier ist was ganz Besonderes in den 90ern. Das habe ich erst sehr viel später mitgekriegt, dass das auch auf Gary Andersons Mist gewachsen ist im Prinzip. Das ist, da müssen wir jetzt ein paar Bilder für raussuchen, weil die meisten kennen es nicht. Das ist nicht, da gibt es nicht viel von. Also das ist nur eine ganz, ganz kleine Serie. Also es gibt 24 Episoden in einer Staffel und ich fand es super schade, dass es das nicht nochmal gab. Und das sind die Space Cops, Tatort Demeter City. Also haben dann Menschen mit Außerirdischen zusammen Polizeidienst gemacht. Es ist sträflichst gefloppt. Aber und das ist halt der Witz bei der Sache. Es hatte Kult und Charme. Machen wir es mal anders. Das ist der Vorspann. Nimm mal einfach den Vorspann mal. Auf was bist du? Ja, 480p ist das höchste.
Mein Name ist Brogan, Lieutenant Brogan. 20 Jahre war ich beim New York Police Department und jetzt, sagen wir einfach, ich wurde in ein anderes Revier versetzt.
Bei der Serie standen nicht die Puppen im Mittelpunkt, sondern die Menschen und die Modelle drumherum bei Explosionen und Co. war der Mittelpunkt. Weil Gary Anderson gezeigt hatte, dass er damit wirklich umgehen konnte. Gibt dann noch Lavender Castle und New Captain Scarlet, 26 Episoden. Also er hat nie aufgegeben, was zu machen. Das finde ich sehr, sehr gut. Also ich finde es schade, dass er 2012 gestorben ist. Aber irgendwann stirbt man halt mal. Der Mann ist von 1929 gewesen. Also ganz ehrlich, dem kann ich niemand Vorwurf machen, dass er einen Löffel gereicht hat, auf gut Deutsch gesagt. Er hat auf jeden Fall was hinterlassen, was ihn lange, lange Zeit überdauern wird. Er hat Sachen geschaffen, die so weit in der Zukunft liegen, von seinen Ideen her, dass er sie nicht mehr loswerden wird. Und das ist vielleicht auch der Part, den man hier ganz hoch anrechnen muss. Wir haben jetzt 3 Folgen Thunderbirds gesehen. Wir haben, ich weiß gar nicht, wie das andere hieß, gesehen. Und dann noch die Doku hier, wo man gesehen hat, die ganzen Menschen, die die Puppen bedient haben, die Special Effects da sozusagen gemacht haben, die Kulissen gebaut haben. Und sie alle sagen, dass sie das gerne gemacht haben. Und ich kann es mir vorstellen, dass sie es gerne gemacht haben. Denn selbst ich finde es wahnsinnig geil, was die getan haben. Ja, mir einen Teil meiner Kindheit gezeigt und mir den besseren Teil der Kindheit gezeigt. Und das ist das Schöne daran. Made my day. Und das ist das Gute daran. Was will man mehr? So, das war jetzt ein Themenabend, könnte man sagen. In Form von Gary Anderson und Supermarionation. Ich hoffe, es hat euch Spaß gemacht, die Reise mit mir anzutreten. Ich hatte einen Teil von der Doku hier am Ende schon gesehen, nicht alles. Und ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, auch der Telefonanruf war sehr fruchtbar für mich. Er hat mir eine Richtung aufgezeigt, die ich gehen muss, gehen werde und gehen will. Und wer weiß, vielleicht zahlt sie sich ja aus auf irgendeine Art und Weise. Und jetzt wünsche ich euch allen noch eine wahnsinnig gute Nacht. Möge die Macht mit euch sein und lebt lang und in Frieden. Bis dann. Macht's gut.